boring.
Because this is the detail that keeps raising eyebrows. Meghan is rarely seen at Soho House-related events without Marcus Anderson close by. Photo after photo appears to show the same thing. This is the same man linked to membership circles at Soho House. The same man connected to her early introduction to Harry, and someone who has reportedly appeared at major milestones in her life, from celebrations to family gatherings. Then there is Nick Jones, the founder of Soho House, a figure long associated with those exclusive invite-only spaces. Supporters and critics may see these images differently, but the photos continue to spark debate. Meghan has often spoken about valuing privacy, yet many observers see these connections as a story about influence, opportunity, and access to powerful networks. For them, the discussion is less about romance rumors and more about proximity to power. So let's take a closer look at what Soho House really is. This is not just another private club. It has grown into one of the most exclusive membership networks in the world, with locations in London, New York, Toronto, Los Angeles, and many other major cities. You cannot simply pay a fee and walk through the door. You need sponsorship, you need approval, and most importantly, you need the support of people who already have influence inside the system. One of the biggest names connected to that process is Marcus Anderson. Marcus did not begin at the top. He reportedly worked his way up from a waiter to becoming one of the most influential figures within the Soho House organization.
Queenie said it best. It's downright bizarre that a man, gay or straight, constantly clings to a family like Marcus Anderson does with Harry, Meghan, and their kids. He is like a parasite, always lurking in their shadow.
As global membership director, he became known as someone deeply involved in the social circles surrounding the brand. He was closely associated with high-profile events, celebrity gatherings, and the exclusive guest lists that helped shape Soho House's image. Meghan Markle's friendship with Marcus has attracted attention for years because of how often their paths seemed to cross. Nick Jones founded Soho House in 1995 and eventually built it into a worldwide business worth billions. He has also spoken publicly about the company's approach to membership. Jones once said, "We try not to give membership to people who would fuel paparazzi or bring press." That policy became a major talking point. According to reports over the years, even some very famous celebrities faced challenges getting access because of concerns about publicity and media attention. That is why many observers keep asking the same question.
Meghan Markle's best friend, who set her up with Prince Harry, has vanished. Whatever happened to Meghan's best friend Marcus Anderson? The tall, handsome Canadian was third wheel in the early days of her romance with Prince Harry, and he was front and center at their 2018.
How did Meghan Markle, known at the time for her role on Suits, become such a familiar face within Soho House circles? How did she gain access to locations across the network when the membership process was known for being selective? Many people continue to point to one factor: her friendship with Marcus Anderson. To them, it was not simply a random coincidence, but a connection that opened important social doors and sparked years of speculation. This is why some people believe the situation looks highly strategic. Access to rooms filled with wealthy, influential, and well-connected people can completely change someone's opportunities. And then there are the photos. These are not formal red carpet poses or ordinary group snapshots taken in passing. Many of the images show Meghan and Marcus together in ways that have fueled years of discussion. In December 2014, the two attended an event where photos captured them standing very close. Meghan was holding a large glass of wine, her arm appearing to rest around his back, while Marcus leaned in nearby. The images immediately became the kind that spark conversation and keep people debating what they really show. Observers have repeatedly focused on the body language seen in several photos. In June 2016, just weeks before Meghan and Prince Harry were reportedly introduced, the pair attended a Toronto gala. Marcus wore a blue tuxedo, Meghan a black dress, and photos showed them standing closely together.
So for Harry himself, he's now, in many people are suggesting, trapped. And as his mother famously said in that line, it's difficult because there's three of us in this marriage. History, truly, according to that source, is repeating itself. Harry is very much sort of whatever is suggested, he has to go along with it.
For some viewers, the images suggested a strong friendship, while others interpreted them differently. Either way, the pictures drew attention and added to the speculation. Then came the Invictus Games in Toronto in September 2017. Meghan, Harry, and Marcus were all present. One widely shared image showed Meghan seated beside Marcus while smiling in his direction, while Harry appeared to be looking elsewhere. Supporters dismissed the attention as people reading too much into a single moment, but critics pointed to the photo as another example of the unusually close connection that had already become a major topic online. Fast forward to Paris Fashion Week in October 2025, and another image exploded across social media. Photos of Meghan and Marcus walking together quickly went viral, with online users debating what exactly they showed. As always, the reactions were divided, but the discussion spread fast and brought renewed attention to their long-standing friendship. Then there was the June 2025 Disneyland trip, celebrating Lilibet's 4th birthday. Marcus reportedly appeared in family photos from the outing, and Meghan used a heart emoji over his face in an Instagram post. That small detail immediately triggered more questions online, with people wondering why his identity was concealed if he was already a well-known friend. One detail that continues to stand out to many observers is how often Meghan appears alongside people from her close social circle. Across years of photos connected to Soho House and related events, she is frequently seen with Marcus Anderson, Misha Nonno, Prince Harry, or other close associates, a pattern that keeps the conversation alive. Why does that matter? According to Soho House policies, guests are generally expected to remain with the member who brought them during their visit. That detail has led some observers to speculate that Meghan may have often attended as someone else's guest rather.
What now would seem to be a very reasonable position of not believing a word coming out of Meghan Markle's mouth about my royal family. Now, most people now agree with me about the veracity of what comes out of her mouth. But at the time, this was deemed so controversial that my company, rather than defending my right to free speech, the network said you've either apologize for disbelieving her or you have to leave.
Than as an independent member. One name keeps coming up in those discussions, Marcus Anderson, who appeared alongside her at many Soho House-related events over the years. Nick Jones stepped down as Soho House CEO in November 2022, following a prostate cancer diagnosis, but he remained involved with the company in various capacities, including creative and membership matters. As the founder, Jones played a major role in shaping the culture of the organization and was closely connected to the exclusive spaces and events that helped build its reputation around the world. People familiar with Soho House often describe it as much more than a social club. It has long been viewed as a powerful networking hub where ambitious individuals can meet influential figures from business, entertainment, media, and fashion. Relationships are built, opportunities are created, and introductions are made in settings that are far more private than the public eye usually sees. Jones also owns Babington House, the country estate that has frequently been linked to the early days of Harry and Meghan's relationship. Reports have claimed that Marcus Anderson helped coordinate meetings and logistics, ensuring things remained discreet. To many observers, that level of involvement went beyond what they would expect from an ordinary friendship, and highlighted just how important Marcus was within their shared circle.
Worth it. Remember?
I'm a real mom.
But you know what it got me thinking about? Meghan and Harry's travel safe obsession. Now, of course, we should all travel safe. That's a relatively normal thing to say, no big deal. Not trying to make mountains out of molehills or anything like that, not like the Meg.
Babington House itself has developed a reputation as a destination where influential people gather away from public attention. Behind its historic walls, guests can socialize, network, and build connections in a setting designed for privacy. That reputation has only added to the intrigue surrounding the role it played in Harry and Meghan's story. According to royal biographer Katie Nicholl, Prince Harry reportedly turned to Marcus Anderson when he wanted an introduction to Meghan. The meeting took place in London in July 2016 in a small private gathering, reportedly involving only a handful of people. The arrangement allowed Harry and Meghan to talk in a relaxed environment without intense public scrutiny. For many people, the key detail is that Marcus was reportedly at the center of making it happen. He had the contacts, the venues, and an established friendship with Meghan, putting him in a unique position to bring the future couple together. Think about that sequence of events for a moment. Marcus Anderson is widely reported to have helped arrange the introduction between his close friend Meghan and Prince Harry. After that, his name continued to appear around key moments in their story, from private gatherings at Babington House to events connected to Soho House. Because of his reputation for making connections happen, some observers have even described him as Meghan's fixer. What do people mean when they use that term? In this context, they are referring to someone who helps organize introductions, creates opportunities, and opens doors that might otherwise remain closed. Marcus built a reputation around networking, connecting influential people, and helping bring the right individuals into the same room at the right time. That role has made him a central figure in many discussions about Meghan's rise through elite social circles. Before meeting Prince Harry, Meghan was known primarily for her work on Suits. She had a successful acting career and growing public recognition, but she was not yet operating at the level of global attention that would later follow her. Around the same period, she became friends with Marcus Anderson, and through that friendship, she was increasingly seen at exclusive events, private gatherings, and high-profile social venues across multiple countries. Supporters would argue that networking is a normal part of the entertainment and business worlds. Critics, however, point to Marcus's influence and wonder how much of a role those connections played in opening new opportunities. His career was built around bringing people together, creating introductions, and maintaining relationships with influential figures across London, Toronto, Los Angeles, and beyond. As Meghan became more visible within those circles, questions naturally followed. Some people see the progression as the result of ambition, talent, and strong networking. Others view it as evidence of the power of elite connections. Either way, the timeline continues to attract attention. A successful television actress becomes a familiar face within exclusive social circles, is introduced to Prince Harry, and eventually marries into one of the most famous families in the world. Many critics argue that this was not simply a matter of luck, but the result of careful networking and being connected to people who knew how influential circles operate. Whether that view is fair or not, one fact keeps drawing attention. Years after the royal wedding, and years after stepping back from royal duties, Marcus Anderson continues to appear in Meghan's orbit and in many public discussions about her closest friendships. His name has been linked to several major moments over the years, including the 2018 royal wedding, the 2019 New York baby shower, Paris Fashion Week in October 2025, and the Disneyland trip in June 2025. Because of his long history with Meghan, some media reports and commentators have described him as one of the most important people in her personal circle.
Got this direct message from Meghan Markle.
A private message, obviously.
Yeah. And it said, hey, I'm a big fan, and I'm, so excited you're following me. And this is
She said to you.
It was about 3 years ago. And, I replied, and we corresponded quite regularly on Twitter.
That description alone has sparked endless debate online. Sources close to the Sussexes have reportedly said that Marcus prefers to stay out of the spotlight. Supporters point to that as a simple explanation for why he keeps a lower public profile. Critics, however, have focused on details such as his absence from major media projects and the use of an emoji over his face in social media photos. Those moments have led some people to wonder why someone so frequently present remains relatively private. For many observers, that is where the speculation begins. If the friendship is entirely straightforward, they ask, why not be more open about it? Others counter that not everyone wants public attention, especially someone who has spent years working behind the scenes. The different interpretations have only kept the conversation alive and fueled continued interest in their relationship. Another frequently discussed moment comes from the Invictus Games in September 2017. Online commentators analysed photos showing Meghan, Harry, and Marcus together, with some claiming the images revealed awkward dynamics. Others dismissed those conclusions, arguing that people were reading far too much into a few frozen moments captured by cameras. As with many viral photos, viewers often see what they expect to see. Still, Marcus's role in Meghan and Harry's story remains difficult to ignore. He has been widely reported as the person who helped bring them together and who remained connected to both during key stages of their relationship. Because of that history, his presence continues to attract attention whenever he appears in public alongside Meghan. Whether people view the friendship as completely ordinary or unusually influential, Marcus Anderson remains one of the most talked about figures connected to the Sussexes' journey. For critics of the Sussexes, that creates an interesting question. Prince Harry made major life changes after his relationship with Meghan, including highly publicised tensions with parts of the royal family. Because of that, some commentators wonder how he views the continued presence of longtime friends and advisors who were part of Meghan's life before they met. Those discussions have fueled endless debate, even though there is little public evidence about how Harry personally feels regarding those relationships. To understand why Marcus Anderson attracts so much attention, many observers point to what Soho House represented. It was not just a collection of stylish venues or exclusive parties. It was a place where influential people from entertainment, business, media, and fashion regularly crossed paths. The value was often found in the connections, introductions, and opportunities that could emerge from those circles. Over the years, Meghan became associated with several well-known figures, including fashion designer Misha Nonno, stylist Jessica Mulroney, and tennis star Serena Williams. Some commentators also point to the broader Soho House network, which included prominent business leaders and investors. Supporters argue that building relationships like these is a normal part of professional and social life. Critics, however, see them as evidence of how powerful networking can be in shaping someone's trajectory. That is why Marcus remains such a central figure in discussions about Meghan's rise. His reputation was built on connecting people and maintaining relationships across multiple industries. To many observers, the most significant thing he offered was access to influential social circles and introductions that might not have happened otherwise. Whether viewed as friendship, mentorship, or professional networking, his role continues to draw attention. The photos that resurfaced in late 2025 added another layer to that conversation. Years after the royal wedding, and years after stepping back from royal duties, Marcus was still appearing in connection with Meghan at public events and private gatherings. For some people, that simply reflects a long-lasting friendship. For others, it reinforces the idea that he remains one of the most important figures in her personal network. This is where opinions sharply divide. Critics argue that Meghan's journey from actress to global public figure was shaped heavily by strategic relationships and influential connections. Supporters counter that ambition talent and determination played the biggest roles. Regardless of which view people hold, Marcus Anderson remains a recurring name throughout many chapters of her story. One final detail that often gets mentioned is Nick Jones, the founder of Soho House. Jones attended Harry and Meghan's wedding, yet he has rarely spoken publicly about Meghan's years within Soho House circles. That silence has fueled curiosity among some observers, while others see it as nothing more than respect for privacy. Either way, the connections surrounding Soho House continue to generate discussion and keep interest in the story alive. Nick Jones has rarely spoken publicly about what took place behind the scenes during Meghan's years within Soho House circles. Because of that, his silence has become a topic of discussion in its own right. Some commentators believe he possesses unique insight into the relationships, events, and social connections that developed within those exclusive spaces, while others argue that maintaining privacy is simply part of the Soho House culture. As the founder of a brand built on discretion, Jones has long emphasized privacy and trust. Supporters would say that protecting members' confidentiality is exactly what clients expect from an organization like Soho House. Critics, however, view the lack of public commentary as one more reason speculation continues to surround the people connected to those networks. When people examine Meghan's rise, they often focus on the dramatic progression of her public life. She went from a successful television actress to someone moving within highly influential social circles. From there came her relationship with Prince Harry, entry into the global spotlight, and eventually a new life outside the formal structure of the royal family. Throughout many stages of that journey, Marcus Anderson remained a familiar and recurring presence. That ongoing connection is what keeps attracting attention. Over the years, Marcus has appeared at major events, celebrations, fashion gatherings, and social occasions linked to Meghan. For some observers, that consistency points to a deep and enduring friendship. Others see it as evidence of the significant role he may have played in helping her navigate elite circles and build valuable connections. The bigger debate centers on how much of Meghan's success came from opportunity, networking, personal ambition, and timing. Supporters emphasize her talent, work ethic, and determination. Critics place greater emphasis on the influence of powerful social networks. The truth is often interpreted differently depending on who is telling the story. What continues to fuel discussion are the photographs and public appearances that document the friendship over time. Whether at high-profile events or more personal gatherings, the images show a connection that has lasted for many years. To supporters, they reflect loyalty and a long-standing friendship. To critics, they raise questions about influence, access, and the role certain relationships played in shaping Meghan's path to worldwide fame. So what exactly did Marcus Anderson bring to the table? Many observers point to his connections, influence, and access to influential social and professional circles. Through networks associated with Soho House and beyond, Meghan became linked to people such as Misha Nono, Jessica Mulroney, Serena Williams, and other prominent figures. Supporters see this as an example of successful networking, while critics argue that those relationships played a major role in expanding her profile and opportunities. That debate naturally leads to another question often raised by commentators. What made this friendship so enduring and valuable? Professional relationships and personal friendships frequently benefit both sides in different ways, and many people believe the connection between Meghan and Marcus was built on mutual trust, shared interests, and long-term loyalty. Whatever the explanation, the friendship has clearly lasted far longer than many expected. Even today, Marcus continues to appear in discussions surrounding Meghan's social circle. His name regularly surfaces whenever old photos reappear or new public appearances spark attention online. Because he has remained a consistent figure throughout different chapters of her life, Some people view him as one of the most influential behind-the-scenes figures connected to her journey. That ongoing presence has fueled countless theories about loyalty, priorities, and the role networking played in Meghan's rise to international fame. Critics argue that influential connections helped create opportunities that accelerated her path. Supporters counter that opportunities alone do not guarantee success, and that personal talent, determination, and timing were equally important factors. The reason the photos continue generating attention years later is simple. They provide a visible record of a friendship that has endured through major life changes, public scrutiny, and global headlines. Whether people interpret that as evidence of influence, loyalty, or something else entirely depends on their perspective. One question, however, keeps resurfacing. Why does Marcus Anderson remain such a visible presence in Meghan's life years after reportedly helping introduce her to Prince Harry? He is not publicly known as her employee, manager, or business partner. Yet he has appeared at major events, social gatherings, and other moments that continue to attract public interest. That ongoing connection remains one of the most discussed aspects of their long-running friendship. Always present, always visible. That is the detail many commentators keep returning to when discussing Meghan Markle and Marcus Anderson. Over the years, he has remained a familiar figure in her social circle, despite major changes in her life, from her acting career to royal life and beyond. Because of that consistency, people continue to debate just how important the friendship has been, and why it has lasted for so long. Some observers argue that Marcus occupies a unique place in Meghan's story, because he was present during key periods of her life. He was connected to the Toronto years, the Soho House network, and the social circles that became part of the public conversation after Meghan's relationship with Prince Harry drew worldwide attention. That long history naturally makes him a subject of ongoing curiosity and speculation. The reason these photos keep resurfacing is simple. The friendship has remained visible for more than a decade. Whenever new images appear, whether from public events, private gatherings, or social media posts, people begin asking the same questions again. Supporters see the relationship as proof of loyalty and a lasting friendship. Critics view it as evidence that Marcus played a larger role in Meghan's rise than has been publicly acknowledged. Questions about hand-holding photos, appearances at family-related events, and other widely discussed moments have fueled countless online debates. Some people believe those moments are being overanalyzed, while others see them as details worth examining. The differing interpretations are exactly why the story continues to attract attention years later. Nick Jones, Marcus Anderson, and Meghan Markle have never publicly provided detailed explanations for many of the theories circulating online. As a result, much of the discussion remains driven by public speculation rather than confirmed facts. That lack of clear answers has only encouraged more interest from both supporters and critics alike. What cannot be denied is the timeline itself. Photos and public appearances show that Marcus has been a consistent presence across multiple chapters of Meghan's life, from the mid-2010s through the 2020s. Whether people view that as a close friendship, a valuable professional connection, or something else entirely depends on their perspective. Either way, the relationship remains one of the most talked about and closely watched connections in Meghan's wider social circle. And the truth about what happened behind the scenes during those Soho House years may be something the public never fully knows. Nick Jones has remained largely silent, and that silence continues to fuel curiosity among people who follow Meghan's story. Supporters see it as respect for privacy, while critics believe there are still unanswered questions surrounding the relationships, connections, and opportunities that helped shape her path into the global spotlight. What is certain is that the photos remain part of the public record. They continue to resurface. Marcus Anderson continues to be a topic of discussion, and the debate surrounding his role in Meghan's life shows no signs of fading anytime soon. Whether people see a loyal friendship, a powerful professional connection, or something in between, the questions continue to generate attention. What do you think? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future deep dives. And if you know someone who would find this story interesting, share this video with them as well.
The Meghan Markle yacht girl claims simply will not go away. Until now, no one in the mainstream media has been brave enough to go there. Well, that has just changed.
Mainstream media have not reported on the fact Meghan Markle was friends with Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend. That is a fact. They had been on holiday together. There are numerous pictures of them on a yacht holiday. So
there's a story that just refuses to disappear. It gets pushed down, ignored, challenged by lawyers, and surrounded by some of the most polished PR efforts money can buy. Yet it keeps finding its way back into the spotlight. It starts quietly, with a search term gaining traction, comment sections filling up with questions, and a name showing up in places it was never expected to appear.
Investigation into Meghan Markle's yacht girl past, which she has promised and has spent 6 years working on. And I am licking my lips in anticipation for when she drops that.
Then, almost overnight, it seems to be everywhere again. Meghan Markle, yachts, unanswered questions, and a part of her past that critics claim has never been fully explained. It's a chapter that many believe has been managed, controlled, and pushed out of public view, but never completely settled. The reason this story is gaining attention again is not some random event. It's also not necessarily the coordinated attack that Meghan's supporters often argue it is. Instead, attention has turned to something much simpler, and for many observers, much more significant. An investigation that has reportedly been developing for nearly 8 years. Jessica Reed-Krause, the creator behind the platform House and Habit, has spent years gathering information, reviewing documents, speaking with sources, and collecting testimony since 2018. Now she has publicly signaled, in a very direct way, that she may be close to revealing what she has uncovered.
To remember that there are things that they couldn't even say about this, but I think now they're allowed to start, questioning things about Meghan that we all have some evidence of. I mean, what is she doing on the yacht?
For Meghan Markle, at this stage of her carefully managed public image, that signal could not come at a more difficult time. Think about what that timeline means. This effort reportedly began in 2018, before the royal wedding, before the Oprah interview, before Spare, before the Netflix series, and before the major events that came to shape the Sussex story. Jessica Reed-Krause was already watching, collecting, and building her files long before all of that. Whatever information she ultimately presents would come from a period that predates the public image Meghan has spent years establishing. It points to a time that came before the Duchess title, before the humanitarian image, before the lifestyle brand, and before the public narrative that eventually took center stage. It reaches back to a version of Meghan that existed before the powerful support systems, media strategies, and reputation management efforts were fully in place to protect that image. The yacht-related claims are nothing new. They have been discussed for years in corners of the internet and independent media that mainstream outlets have largely avoided. Researchers, commentators, and independent investigators have been talking about these allegations for a long time. What has changed, and what makes this moment different from previous waves of attention, is the claim that someone may now be prepared to release actual documentation into the public conversation.
the fact the press have never mentioned this and the mainstream media continue to offer some very questionable protection to the facts, this rings my alarm bells massively.
Not opinions, not speculation, not loose connections, but material that supporters of the investigation say has been collected over 8 years. If such evidence exists and becomes public, it could completely shift the conversation. The timing could hardly be worse for Meghan. Right now, she is in the middle of one of the biggest image and brand-building efforts of her post-royal career. The lifestyle content, the as-ever products, the Hollywood appearances, and the carefully crafted presentation of success and momentum are all part of a larger strategy to focus attention on the future rather than the past. Then, right in the middle of that effort, the yacht headlines return once again. Why do these stories keep resurfacing? Why does this particular topic continue generating attention, despite years of denials, public relations efforts, and intense media scrutiny? That is the question driving the discussion. Stories that repeatedly come back into public view often do so because people feel there are still unanswered questions. The yacht-related claims have continued to circulate for years, not simply because critics keep raising them, but because some observers believe the broader questions surrounding the rumors have never been fully resolved or addressed to their satisfaction. Questions have continued to follow this story for years. Critics have asked how a working actress who had not yet reached the highest levels of Hollywood success was able to participate in a lifestyle that appeared to include private jets, luxury yachts, exclusive events, and elite private clubs.
When Virginia Giuffre's lawyer gave that statement and referred to Meghan Markle, the press barely covered it. It's never been referenced post that time. And so you have to ask yourself, why would the press not mention that? Because that's factual, it's evidence we can pull.
They have also questioned the nature of her connections with extremely wealthy and, in some cases, controversial figures she was reportedly seen around. These are the questions that have fueled ongoing speculation and debate. Supporters of these claims argue that the financial and social aspects of that period have never been fully explained to the public. Meghan Markle has not publicly addressed many of the specific rumors, and major media organizations have generally avoided focusing on them. Because of that, the questions have continued to circulate rather than disappear. When people feel a topic has not been fully explored, they often keep searching for answers. Over time, those discussions attract new researchers, new sources, and new theories, creating even more attention around the story. Jessica Reed-Krause is far from the first person to raise these issues. What supporters say sets her apart is the approach she claims to have taken. For years, online commentators have shared photos, discussed alleged connections, and put forward theories tied to the yacht-related rumors. Reed-Krause, however, has presented her work as a long-term investigation, built around gathering sources, reviewing records, and compiling information over an extended period of time. According to her public statements, she has spent nearly 8 years assembling what she believes is a detailed evidentiary file. There is a major difference between asking questions and presenting documentation that can be independently examined and challenged. The message she recently shared suggests she believes she may now be close to doing exactly that. What has also caught attention is the scope of what she claims to possess.
You know, those cuttings up and throw back to them, and they never do. Now, I think Virginia's lawyer was sending a very clear warning to Meghan Markle. That is my opinion.
Not only alleged footage, which would naturally draw enormous public interest if verified, but also testimony and accounts from individuals connected to the story. If any of that material is eventually released, supporters believe it could generate intense scrutiny and reignite debates that have been simmering for years. Among the more serious allegations surrounding this story are claims that certain information was not simply overlooked, but intentionally removed from public view. Supporters of the investigation argue that some connections and records were allegedly scrubbed, making them difficult to trace through normal public channels. They contend this was not a case of media disinterest alone, but part of a broader effort to control damaging narratives over an extended period of time. That is a highly specific claim, and one that would require substantial evidence to support. There is also continued discussion about Sunshine Sachs, the public relations firm known for representing high-profile clients and managing reputation challenges. Reports have suggested the firm has once again been involved with the Sussex camp. Because of its long history in crisis communications, some observers see that timing as noteworthy. Their role, according to critics, has often involved responding quickly to negative stories, challenging claims, and shaping public narratives before they gain wider traction. For that reason, some commentators view the reported return of Sunshine Sachs as a signal that concerns may exist behind the scenes. Whether that interpretation is accurate remains open to debate, but the timing has certainly fueled speculation. Supporters of this theory argue that organizations typically strengthen their communication strategy when they expect heightened public scrutiny, making the renewed attention around the firm part of the larger conversation.
Mainstream media do not make the link that Meghan Markle's best friend works for Ron Burkle. Ron Burkle is the big cheese at Soho House.
What makes this topic stand out from many other royal controversies is not simply the allegations themselves. It is the perception among critics that major media organizations have shown far less interest in examining these claims than they have in covering nearly every other chapter of the Sussex story. Over the past decade, countless royal-related controversies have been investigated, analyzed, and debated in great detail. Yet, this particular subject has remained largely confined to independent media spaces and online discussions. Supporters of the investigation argue that certain connections and publicly available records deserve closer examination. They question why those topics have received comparatively little mainstream coverage. For many observers following the story, the issue is not whether the allegations are true or false, but why the subject itself has generated such limited investigative attention from larger media outlets. The distinction is important because it changes the entire conversation.
Marcus Anderson is so much part of Soho House, they named the rosé wine after him. It's incredibly strange that one of Epstein's closest confidants, Ron Burkle, does not get a mention ever. You know, these are strange circles.
If major media organizations were simply unaware of certain claims or connections, critics would argue that represents a failure of reporting, one that could eventually be corrected. However, if journalists and editors were aware of those claims and consciously chose not to investigate or report on them, critics believe that raises a much bigger question about editorial decisions and media priorities. Supporters of this view argue that the issue is not just whether information exists, but whether certain topics have been treated differently from others. They believe the public has a right to ask why some lines of inquiry receive extensive attention, while others appear to receive very little. For them, the bigger question is not only what is being discussed, but why certain subjects seem to remain largely untouched, despite years of public interest and online debate. According to those making these arguments, this does not happen through one dramatic decision by a single editor or newsroom. Instead, they point to what they see as a broader pattern. They argue that certain questions are rarely pursued, certain connections are seldom examined, and certain topics repeatedly fail to attract serious investigative attention. In their view, patterns like that are unlikely to be explained by coincidence alone and deserve closer scrutiny. Critics claim that media organizations sometimes make decisions based on potential risks, public reaction, legal concerns, or reputational costs. They argue that Meghan Markle's pre-royal years have long been treated as one of those sensitive areas. Whether that assessment is fair or not, it has become a central part of the debate surrounding why these allegations continue to generate interest after so many years. What makes the situation even more notable, according to observers, is the connection between Meghan's public visibility and the continued attention surrounding these claims. Every major appearance, public event, charity initiative, media interview, or carefully planned social media moment seems to reignite discussions online. Search trends rise, comment sections fill up, and old questions resurface once again. Supporters of this theory argue that the renewed attention is not necessarily the result of organized campaigns, but because they view the story as unresolved. In their eyes, unanswered questions naturally continue attracting interest. As long as Meghan remains a highly visible public figure, they believe those debates will keep returning and remain part of the wider conversation. One of the examples that supporters of these theories point to most often involves a statement made by David Boies, the attorney who represented Virginia Giuffre and is widely regarded as one of the most prominent lawyers in the United States. During public discussion surrounding that case, Boies mentioned Meghan Markle as a potential witness. The statement was reported by outlets including the Daily Beast and People magazine. Critics argue that after the initial coverage, the topic received very little follow-up attention from major royal reporters or mainstream news organizations. For those who continue to raise questions about media coverage, that lack of ongoing discussion remains a notable point. They argue that comments made by a lawyer of Boies' stature, particularly in connection with a major legal matter that attracted worldwide attention, would normally generate further reporting and analysis. Instead, they believe the subject faded from public discussion much faster than expected, which has led to continued speculation about why it was not explored in greater detail. Supporters of this argument also emphasize the reasons Boies publicly gave when discussing Meghan as a potential witness.
Public, quite rightly, have a lot of unanswered questions for Meghan Markle. We want to know why she is allowed to cause the damage I believe she has gone out of her way to try and do to the royal family.
According to reports at the time, those reasons included her location in the United States, her alleged proximity to individuals connected to the matter, and his view regarding her credibility. Critics of the media response argue that statements from high-profile attorneys are usually made with care and precision, particularly in cases receiving intense public scrutiny. Because of that, they believe the remarks warranted more examination than they ultimately received. Others, however, view the situation differently and argue that being mentioned as a potential witness does not necessarily imply wrongdoing or special significance. The debate over the importance of those comments has continued for years, with different sides reaching very different conclusions about what, if anything, should be inferred from them. What is clear is that people who follow this story closely see the issue as part of a larger pattern involving media attention and editorial choices. They argue that independent investigators, such as Jessica Reed Krause, operate outside the traditional systems that influence mainstream reporting. Because she is not tied to royal access, entertainment industry relationships, or major newsroom structures, supporters believe she has greater freedom to pursue topics that larger organizations may choose not to prioritize. Supporters of these theories argue that this is exactly why the situation has become more vulnerable to scrutiny than at any previous point. They believe the conversation is no longer confined to rumors or scattered online discussions, but is increasingly focused on examining networks, relationships, and institutions that have played a role in Meghan Markle's public story over the years. One of the most frequently discussed examples is Soho House. For critics and independent commentators, Soho House is not merely a colourful backdrop in Meghan's social history. They view it as a significant part of the environment in which many important personal and professional connections were formed. While it is widely known as the place where Meghan and Prince Harry reportedly first crossed paths, some researchers argue that its broader role in her pre-royal social circle has never been examined in much detail by mainstream media outlets. A key figure often mentioned in these discussions is Marcus Anderson, one of Meghan's longtime friends and a well-known executive connected to Soho House. His association with the organisation is so strong that Soho House even named a rosé wine, Lady A, in his honour. Researchers also point to Ron Burkle, the majority owner of Soho House, whose name has appeared in public reporting regarding individuals connected to Jeffrey Epstein's wider social network. These are not hidden details or secret records. They are matters that have been publicly reported and are available in the public domain. What critics find surprising is not the existence of these connections, but the limited attention they have received in broader coverage of Meghan Markle. They argue that such details were rarely discussed during the royal courtship, throughout the Sussex years, or in many of the major profiles written since. Whether that reflects editorial judgment, lack of interest, or something else remains a subject of debate, but it continues to fuel questions among independent researchers. Another point frequently raised is the private nature of exclusive members-only clubs such as Soho House. These venues are often valued because they provide a space where influential individuals can meet, socialize, discuss business, and build relationships away from constant public attention. Supporters of further investigation argue that understanding those environments can sometimes help explain how important connections are formed and maintained behind the scenes. For critics examining these claims, exclusive private clubs are often viewed as more than luxury venues or social hotspots. They argue that the appeal lies in the privacy they offer, allowing influential people to meet, network, and build relationships away from public scrutiny. Because of that, supporters of the ongoing investigation believe questions about who met whom, under what circumstances, and what connections may have been formed in those settings remain relevant topics of interest. They also argue that testimony from former staff or insiders, if verified, could potentially provide additional context to those discussions. Jessica Reed-Krause has repeatedly highlighted Soho House when discussing her investigation. In social media posts that attracted significant attention, she referenced Soho House alongside other images and subjects connected to her reporting. Supporters of her work believe those references were intentional and designed to point followers toward areas she considers important.
She behaves in an incredibly entitled way, and things don't match up. And often, when the mainstream media omit details, there is a game that is being played, and that doesn't work anymore. No, thank you. We'll get to the bottom of it.
According to her public comments, the Soho House connection is not a side issue, but one of the central threads she has been exploring throughout her research. As a result, much of the speculation now centers on what information Krause claims to have uncovered. Supporters are particularly focused on her references to allegedly removed or difficult to find material, as well as her suggestions that certain connections have not been fully examined in public reporting. Whether those claims ultimately prove significant remains to be seen, but they have undoubtedly fueled growing curiosity and online discussion. Critics of mainstream media coverage argue that several topics connected to this broader story have received limited attention over the years. They point to issues such as yacht-related rumours, the David Boies comments, and various social connections as examples of subjects they believe deserved more scrutiny. In their view, the lack of extensive reporting reflects a broader pattern rather than isolated editorial decisions, though others strongly dispute that interpretation. At the centre of the debate is a larger argument about public image and public perception. Critics contend that beyond the carefully managed branding, charitable work, lifestyle ventures, Hollywood relationships, and social media presence, there are aspects of Meghan Markle's earlier social and professional circles that they believe have not been fully explored. For supporters of the investigation, those unanswered questions remain a key reason the story continues generating attention years later. Critics describe a world of influential figures, exclusive camera-free clubs, and social networks that they believe have never been fully examined in public. They argue that parts of Meghan Markle's past have been carefully managed, heavily scrutinized behind the scenes, and shielded from deeper investigation. Whether those claims are fair or not remains a matter of debate, but supporters of the investigation believe the reason this story keeps resurfacing is that they feel many of those questions have never been publicly addressed in a detailed way. Now, they argue, that may be starting to change. What makes the timing especially difficult, according to critics, is that Meghan has spent much of the past year trying to build a new chapter of her public image. The As Ever lifestyle brand, Netflix projects, Hollywood appearances, philanthropy events, and a carefully curated social media presence have all contributed to a message centered on growth, independence, and reinvention. The goal, supporters would say, is to present a woman moving confidently forward rather than remaining defined by past controversies or royal drama. However, many commentators argue that the results have been mixed. Some industry observers expected more from the As Ever launch, given the years spent building anticipation around Meghan's lifestyle ambitions. Reviews of her Netflix lifestyle content ranged from supportive to critical, while some projects generated less public momentum than expected. Critics have pointed to these outcomes as signs that the broader rebranding effort has not fully connected with audiences in the way supporters hoped it would. The same criticism has surfaced around public appearances and charitable events, whether at Hollywood gatherings, non-profit initiatives, wellness conferences, or advocacy-focused events. Some observers say the attention often shifts away from the cause itself and back toward questions about Meghan's public image. In their view, the challenge is not simply creating new content or launching new ventures. They argue that it is difficult to establish a completely new narrative when older debates continue attracting public interest and online discussion. Charity appearances have become a particularly frequent talking point. Lauren the Insider, who often comments on public relations strategies and celebrity branding, has argued that many public figures follow a familiar formula when attending charitable events. According to that perspective, celebrities often appear briefly, pose for photographs, express support for a cause, and then move on to their next engagement. Critics contend that this approach can sometimes create the appearance of involvement without demonstrating deeper, long-term participation, a criticism that has been directed at many public figures over the years, not just Meghan Markle. Critics argue that many celebrity appearances at public events follow a familiar pattern. The association with a cause is highlighted, photographs are taken, supportive statements are made, and attention quickly moves to the next event or initiative. Some commentators pointed to Meghan's appearance at a 15% pledge event as an example of what they viewed as a disconnect between public messaging and organizational realities. They noted that while race and representation have been important themes in her public narrative, reports about staffing within Archewell prompted questions from critics who felt the messaging and the internal structure did not fully align. That contrast became another topic of discussion among observers following her public activities. According to critics, every new Meghan Markle headline now arrives carrying the weight of older debates. Whether it is a product launch, a media appearance, a philanthropic event, or a new interview, they argue that public discussion often circles back to the same unresolved topics. The yacht-related rumours, the Soho House connections, the David Boys comments, and broader questions about her pre-royal years continue to appear in online conversations whenever her name trends. Supporters of the ongoing investigation believe those issues remain relevant because they feel many of the questions have never been fully addressed. Some commentators argue that this dynamic has made efforts at reinvention more difficult. They believe that positive coverage is frequently overshadowed by renewed scrutiny, and that carefully planned public appearances often spark discussions that move in directions her team may not have intended. In their view, the challenge is not simply managing current headlines, but dealing with a growing interest in events and relationships from years earlier. For critics, the broader issue is that they see two competing narratives existing at the same time. One is the public image presented through media projects, business ventures, charitable work, and carefully crafted branding. The other consists of lingering questions, allegations, and theories that continue circulating online. They argue that, as long as those questions remain active, they will continue influencing public perception, regardless of how many new projects are launched. Taken together, supporters of the investigation believe the story points to a public figure facing increased scrutiny at a time when her brand is already under pressure. They argue that independent researchers are now examining aspects of her pre-royal years with greater intensity, focusing on social connections, professional relationships, and unanswered questions that they believe deserve closer attention. Whether those efforts ultimately uncover anything significant remains to be seen, but they have unquestionably become a growing part of the conversation surrounding Meghan Markle. Critics argue that the yacht story continues attracting attention because, in their view, it is ultimately a debate about authenticity. They believe the discussion centers on whether Meghan Markle's public image fully aligns with her earlier years and personal history. Supporters of these theories claim there is a gap between the narrative that has been presented to the public and the questions they feel remain unanswered. For them, the ongoing interest is less about any single rumor and more about a broader desire for clarity regarding her pre-royal life. According to those commentators, the importance of the issue lies in the possibility that new information could challenge long-held public perceptions. They argue that if credible documentation addressing these questions were ever released, it could reshape how some people view Meghan's story. Others strongly disagree with that assessment and maintain that many of the claims circulating online remain unproven. The disagreement itself has become a major part of why the topic continues generating attention. For many observers, the larger story is not any one allegation, photograph, document, or testimony. Instead, it is the persistence of the questions themselves. Critics argue that when public curiosity remains unresolved for years, interest tends to build rather than fade. Whether justified or not, they believe the accumulation of unanswered questions has helped keep the conversation alive across social media, independent media platforms, and online communities. Jessica Reed Krause's long-running investigation is often cited by supporters as an example of that growing interest. They point to the years she has spent gathering sources, reviewing records, and discussing her findings with followers. As anticipation around her work has increased, so has speculation about what she may ultimately present. That expectation has become part of the broader narrative surrounding Meghan's current public image and ongoing brand-building efforts. The reason these headlines are trending now, according to many commentators, is that the media landscape has changed dramatically. Independent platforms have expanded their reach, alternative voices have gained larger audiences, and discussions that once remained confined to niche communities can now spread widely. As a result, topics that receive little mainstream coverage are often able to gain significant momentum online and become major points of public debate. Supporters of Jessica Reed Krause's work argue that public attitudes toward powerful figures and media accountability have changed significantly in recent years. In their view, audiences are increasingly willing to question established narratives and look beyond traditional sources for information. They believe the carefully worded signals Krause has shared about her long-running investigation have generated major interest because they arrive at a time when independent reporting can gain attention far more quickly than in the past. According to critics of Meghan Markle, the reason these yacht-related headlines continue resurfacing is simple. They believe the story was never fully resolved in the public eye. They argue that questions were debated, challenged, dismissed, and revisited over the years, but never conclusively settled to everyone's satisfaction. Now, with Krause suggesting that she may be preparing to release material gathered over nearly 8 years, supporters of the investigation believe the discussion has entered a new phase. References to Soho House, former staff accounts, public records, and other claims have all contributed to renewed interest and speculation surrounding what, if anything, may eventually be revealed. Commentators who follow the story closely often point to author Tom Bower, whose biography of Meghan remains one of the most widely discussed books written about her. His work has frequently been cited by critics as they debate Meghan's public image, personal brand, and relationship with the media. Whether readers agree with his conclusions or not, his assessments continue to influence many of the conversations surrounding her public reputation. Critics also argue that image building alone cannot settle persistent public questions. In their view, new product launches, lifestyle content, public appearances, and carefully planned media strategies do not automatically end debates that have already taken root online. They believe that when questions continue attracting attention, people will keep searching for answers, regardless of branding efforts or public relations campaigns. What makes this moment notable, according to those observers, is the contrast they see between Meghan's ongoing efforts to shape her public image and the growing interest in examining her earlier years. Every appearance, interview, event, and business venture becomes part of that wider conversation. As scrutiny increases and independent platforms continue expanding their reach, supporters and critics alike are watching closely to see what happens next. Here's the question I want to leave you with today. Meghan Markle has spent years building a public narrative around who she is, where she came from, and how her story should be understood. If the House and Habit investigation is released in the way supporters expect, and if the documentation is as detailed and thoroughly researched as 8 years of work suggests, do you think it will finally push major media outlets to revisit questions that critics believe have gone largely unexplored? Or do you think the story will be handled the same way previous controversies have been handled, with attention quickly shifting elsewhere? Let me know what you think in the comments below. I read the comments, and I'm genuinely interested in hearing your perspective on this debate. If you found this video interesting or thought-provoking, take a second to hit the like button. It really helps the channel reach more people. And if you haven't already, subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an upload. Also, drop a comment if you made it all the way to the end, and share this video with someone who has been following this story for years. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Everyone sort of says, oh, well, Harry did talk about Andrew and Spare. Honestly, it was one paragraph. And it was one paragraph, Tash, that was only included because Harry was trying to...
That was not very myself.
At the time, there was no indication to me or anybody else that that was what he was doing.
Harry wrote an entire book and presented it as the complete truth, a deeply personal account that was supposed to expose everything behind palace walls. According to reports, the book caused shockwaves throughout royal circles. Commentators, insiders, and critics all talked about how revealing it was. But when it came to Prince Andrew, one of the most controversial figures connected to the royal family, and someone whose public scandals have brought intense scrutiny to the monarchy, Harry had very little to say. In fact, it was just a single paragraph. And even that brief mention was focused mainly on Harry's own security concerns rather than Andrew's controversies.
How do you explain that?
I can't. Because I have absolutely no memory of that photograph ever being taken.
Do you recognise yourself in the photo?
Yes, it's really difficult not to recognise.
There was no detailed discussion of the wider allegations, no deep dive into institutional decisions, and no major examination of the issues that had dominated headlines for years. Instead, the focus quickly returned to Harry himself. That contrast stands out. Harry openly discussed personal family tensions, described disagreements with his brother in great detail, reflected on his father's shortcomings as a parent, and even shared highly private parts of his own life. He showed little hesitation when discussing many sensitive subjects. Yet, when the conversation could have turned toward one of the most damaging controversies associated with the royal family, his approach suddenly became far more limited and restrained.
moan about why he had his security taken away and Andrew didn't. It wasn't anything actually about wanting to expose Andrew. The Yorks have always been protected by Harry and Meghan.
So the question remains, why? That question continues to spark debate among royal watchers and critics alike. And for many observers, the lack of attention given to Andrew has become one of the most talked about omissions in Harry's story. Because what many people are increasingly noticing is that Harry and Meghan did not just speak less about Andrew, they largely avoided making him a central topic at all. Some critics and royal commentators have argued that Harry and Meghan went beyond simply staying silent about Andrew and Sarah Ferguson, often known as Fergie. According to those observers, they avoided drawing attention to issues surrounding the York family at a time when public scrutiny was already growing. Now, claims from royal investigators and media figures are fueling fresh speculation that old connections, private conversations, and long-hidden tensions could resurface in unexpected ways.
They know a lot about how Prince Harry and Meghan Markle behaved during their time in the British royal family. Because even though Harry and Meghan are now trying to distance themselves from the Yorks,
one of the biggest talking points involves reports that members of the York Circle may have knowledge of private discussions involving Harry and Meghan. These claims remain the subject of debate, but they continue to attract attention because of suggestions that personal stories, confidential exchanges, and behind-the-scenes details could someday be made public. Fergie has occasionally spoken about writing and publishing projects over the years, and that possibility has only added more curiosity about what might eventually be revealed. If that happens, the fallout would not be limited to Prince Andrew's public controversies alone. For some royal watchers, the situation has grown into a much larger story involving relationships, loyalties, and decisions made behind closed doors. It places renewed focus on Harry's role, raising questions about what he chose to discuss publicly and what he chose to leave out. As more details emerge, those questions are becoming harder for commentators to ignore. The debate also extends to Meghan, with some observers examining her connections, professional relationships, and public associations. Supporters and critics alike continue to analyze why certain topics received extensive attention while others remained largely untouched.
they were closest to the Yorks out of anyone because they loved going around to the Yorks and being able to bitch about William and Catherine and sort of act as if they were like on the outer of the family together.
That discussion has become a major part of the broader royal narrative. And there is one point that keeps coming up again and again. Many commentators believe the omission of Andrew from Spare was not accidental. A book of that scale goes through extensive editing, legal review, and careful planning. Because of that, every major inclusion and every major exclusion can appear intentional. For critics, the limited attention given to Andrew has become one of the most debated choices in the entire book, and a question that continues to follow Harry long after publication. To understand why some commentators believe Harry now faces difficult questions, it is important to look at the reported relationship between the Sussexes and the Yorks. According to various royal observers, this was not simply a distant family connection that surfaced during major royal gatherings. It has often been described as a much closer relationship, one built on shared experiences, regular contact, and a sense of understanding that developed over many years. Many royal analysts have argued that both families sometimes felt disconnected from the core power structure of the monarchy.
A $20 million advance, like Harry received, is what she wants. And the people who are most terrified about this are Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
Harry and Meghan have publicly spoken about feeling isolated and struggling within royal life. They described an environment where they felt overshadowed and compared to other senior royals. Whether those perceptions were fully accurate or not remains a matter of debate, but they became a major part of the Sussex narrative. Supporters of this theory say the Yorks could relate to those frustrations. Andrew and Fergie spent years dealing with their own challenges within the royal system, often facing periods of public criticism and questions about their role inside the institution. Because of those similarities, some observers believe the two households developed a stronger bond than many people realised. One detail repeatedly highlighted by royal commentators is how close the Sussexes were said to be with Fergie. To those watching these relationships unfold, that is not a minor footnote, it is a significant piece of the puzzle. Fergie has long been connected to multiple generations of the royal family, giving her a unique perspective on private family dynamics and major events behind palace doors. According to reports and commentary, she was present during important moments, family gatherings, and private conversations as major decisions were being considered.
Because it is Fergie, of course, who could reveal all about what really went on with this couple and the British royal family and Andrew behind the scenes.
She is often described as someone who heard concerns, frustrations, and personal accounts before they were later presented through interviews, documentaries, books, or public statements. If those accounts are accurate, the trust flowed both ways, creating a relationship that went far beyond simple family courtesy and making it a connection that continues to attract attention today. According to some royal commentators, the relationship between the Sussexes and the Yorks may have involved a level of trust that benefited both sides. The theory often put forward is that each household was aware of private family matters that were never intended for public discussion. Whether that characterization is accurate remains open to debate, but it has become a major topic among those who closely follow royal affairs. For years, critics have pointed to Harry's brief mention of Andrew and Spare as evidence of a deliberate decision to avoid exploring a highly controversial subject in any meaningful detail. Now, with renewed scrutiny surrounding Andrew and increasing speculation about future revelations from people connected to the royal family,
they say an injured animal is its most dangerous, and Fergie may well be feeling like that. It will be the final death blow. She will destroy any chances of her daughters.
Some observers are questioning whether that long-standing balance can continue. If new accounts, memoirs, interviews, or personal recollections emerge, attention could shift toward relationships and conversations that have largely remained out of public view. There is also an irony that many critics have highlighted. Harry has often presented himself as someone willing to challenge royal traditions of secrecy and speak openly about difficult subjects. Through interviews, documentaries, and his memoir, he argued that telling uncomfortable truths was sometimes more important than protecting institutions or preserving family unity. That message became a central part of his public image. However, critics argue that the Andrew controversy remains one of the biggest exceptions to that approach. They point out that while Harry discussed many sensitive family matters, he largely avoided one of the most publicly debated scandals connected to the monarchy. For those critics, that omission raises questions about where the line between transparency and personal loyalty was actually drawn. Some commentators have gone even further, suggesting that if a memoir from someone with close knowledge of royal family dynamics were ever published, the impact could extend well beyond the senior royals most commonly discussed in the media. Names across multiple branches of the family could find themselves pulled back into old controversies and unresolved disputes. Those claims remain speculative, but they continue to generate intense interest. And that is why the possibility of future revelations attracts so much attention. People who were present during key moments, family gatherings, private discussions, and periods of major change may possess perspectives that have never been fully shared with the public. Whether any of those stories ever emerge remains unknown, but the possibility alone is enough to keep royal watchers talking and asking difficult questions. At 66, Fergie finds herself at a very different stage of life than when she was one of the most recognizable figures connected to the royal family. Many royal commentators argue that her relationship with the institution has changed dramatically over the years. Her official royal role ended long ago, and critics of the monarchy often point to what they see as a growing focus on the future reign of Prince William rather than preserving older family arrangements. As a result, some observers believe that long-time royal figures have increasingly found themselves pushed to the sidelines. According to author and royal investigator Andrew Loney, Fergie may be motivated by a desire to tell her side of events after years of public criticism and exclusion. That assessment has fueled speculation about the possibility of future publishing projects. If a major memoir were ever released, many believe it would need to contain significant new information to attract the kind of attention and financial backing that large publishers reserve for headline-making books.
Ever, if they can come out of this, so it's whether she will risk that, whether she will risk her daughter's relationships as well.
In today's publishing world, a high-profile memoir is expected to offer more than familiar stories. Readers look for fresh details, personal perspectives, and accounts that challenge or expand upon narratives already in the public domain. Because of her decades-long connection to royal circles, Fergie is often viewed as someone who could potentially provide unique insights into major events and relationships that shaped modern royal history. One reason this possibility generates so much discussion is her reported proximity to Harry and Meghan during pivotal years. Royal watchers have frequently noted that she was part of social gatherings, family events, and private conversations during periods when tensions within the royal family were becoming increasingly visible. If she possesses first-hand knowledge of those moments, some commentators believe publishers would view that material as highly valuable. What makes the speculation even more dramatic is the idea that private conversations can sometimes differ from carefully prepared public statements. Critics and supporters alike understand that public interviews, books, and media appearances often go through extensive review processes. A memoir claiming to reveal earlier, unfiltered discussions would immediately attract enormous attention, whether readers agreed with its conclusions or not. For many analysts, the bigger story is not simply about a potential book. It is about a person who may feel overlooked after decades of trying to maintain a connection to a world that has steadily evolved around her. That sense of frustration, combined with years of personal experience, is why rumours about what she might say continue to spark such intense interest and debate. For many commentators, the question of whether Fergie writes a memoir is about more than money alone. Publishing deals can certainly be lucrative, but personal motivations often play an equally important role. People who feel overlooked, criticized, or unfairly treated sometimes become more willing to share their side of the story, especially when they believe they have been denied a voice for years. That possibility is one reason speculation around a potential memoir continues to grow. According to reports discussed by royal author Andrew Loney, Fergie has already explored book-related projects and may be working with professional writers. If those reports are accurate, then the conversation is no longer about a purely hypothetical publication. Instead, attention shifts to what details might be included, when they could emerge, and how much supporting information could accompany any major claims. This is where some royal observers believe the situation becomes especially sensitive for Harry and Meghan. Public figures can often respond to media criticism, anonymous sources, or outside speculation. A first-hand account from someone who spent considerable time around them would be a different challenge entirely. Whether readers would accept such an account is another question, but it would undoubtedly attract major attention and spark intense public debate. Another topic that frequently surfaces in discussions about the Sussexes involves Meghan's professional and social connections before joining the royal family. Commentators have long debated who she knew, how certain introductions were made, and which social circles she moved through during different stages of her career. Much of this information is already publicly available, yet opinions differ sharply on how significant those connections actually are. Supporters argue that many public figures build wide-ranging networks throughout their careers, and that such relationships should not automatically be treated as controversial.
I think the line is that they will create firewalls around Charles, and the line will be he never knew, and some poor flunky will take the blame. But we do know that he was involved in the settlement. All my sources say he contributed money. He would certainly have discussed it with other senior members of the royal family. And so he's in quite a difficult position, I think.
Critics, meanwhile, sometimes question whether certain connections have received less scrutiny than they might have if they involved other high-profile individuals. That disagreement remains an ongoing part of the broader media debate surrounding Meghan. Why does this matter in discussions about Prince Andrew? Because one of the lasting lessons from the Andrew controversy is that associations, relationships, and social networks often become subjects of public examination when larger scandals emerge. Over the years, questions have frequently been raised about who knew whom, how close those relationships were, and what significance they may or may not have carried. Those debates continue today, reminding observers that public interest often extends beyond individual actions and into the wider circles surrounding them. For many observers, the release of information connected to the Epstein controversy fundamentally changed how the public views influential networks and personal associations. Questions that may once have been dismissed as irrelevant are now often examined far more closely. As a result, commentators increasingly argue that public figures connected to powerful social circles can expect greater scrutiny than in previous decades. Some critics have also pointed to what they view as uneven media attention. They note that certain royal stories received intense, non-stop coverage, while other topics involving different public figures generated far less discussion. Whether that reflects editorial judgment, differences in available evidence, audience interest, or other factors remains heavily debated. Still, the perception of inconsistent scrutiny has become a story in its own right. Supporters of this argument often cite publicly available information, such as photographs, social appearances, professional relationships, and documented connections that have existed in plain sight for years. They question why some of those details have received limited examination compared with similar connections involving other high-profile individuals. Critics of that view, however, argue that the existence of a connection alone does not automatically indicate wrongdoing or deeper significance. That distinction remains important. What many people agree on is that the Andrew controversy reshaped public expectations. One of the major lessons drawn from that saga is that a lack of media attention does not necessarily determine how important a story may eventually become. Issues that appear minor at one point can later receive substantial scrutiny as new information emerges and public interest evolves. Because of that shift, some royal watchers believe future books, memoirs, or personal accounts could draw renewed attention to relationships and associations that have not previously been discussed in great depth. If individuals with first-hand knowledge choose to share their experiences, those accounts could become major topics of public conversation and media analysis. More broadly, the controversy has fueled debate about how institutions, celebrities, politicians, and public figures manage reputational challenges. Questions about influence, access, public relations strategies, legal responses, and media relationships have become central themes in discussions surrounding many high-profile scandals. The Andrew case, in particular, has intensified those conversations and left many observers asking whether similar standards of scrutiny are being applied consistently across the board. One of the biggest lessons many commentators draw from major public scandals is that reputational protection rarely lasts forever. Whether the protection comes from institutions, powerful allies, media relationships, or carefully managed public narratives, critics argue that those systems can weaken over time when faced with growing scrutiny and new information. History has shown that stories once considered settled can suddenly return to the spotlight in dramatic fashion. Because of that, some observers are now asking broader questions about public figures, their networks, and the people who may have helped shape or defend their public image.
So I think probably it was different several years ago, where I couldn't be as vocal and I had renewed pantyhose all the time.
These discussions often extend beyond any single individual and touch on larger issues involving influence, access, and how narratives are managed in high-profile circles. The debate surrounding Meghan Markle's associations has become part of that wider conversation, with supporters and critics offering very different interpretations of the same facts. At the centre of the speculation is the possibility that people with first-hand knowledge of key events could eventually share their own versions of what happened. For royal watchers, that is what makes the prospect of a memoir or insider account so fascinating. Such a book would not simply revisit familiar headlines, it could potentially challenge long-established narratives and introduce new perspectives that have never been publicly discussed. Much of the attention surrounding Fergie stems from the belief that she spent years in close proximity to major figures during pivotal moments in modern royal history. If she were to write extensively about those experiences, many commentators believe she could provide details about private conversations, family tensions, and personal relationships that remain largely unknown to the public. Whether those accounts would be accepted as definitive is another matter entirely, but they would almost certainly generate enormous interest. For Harry, Some critics argue that the stakes are especially high because so much of his public image has been built around openness and speaking candidly about royal life. Through spare, high-profile interviews and documentary projects, he presented himself as someone willing to discuss subjects that others preferred to avoid. That reputation became a central part of his public identity. As renewed attention falls on past royal controversies, commentators are increasingly revisiting what was discussed publicly and what was left unsaid. Questions about knowledge, loyalty, personal judgment, and selective disclosure continue to fuel debate. For critics, each new development adds another layer to those discussions and prompts fresh examination of decisions made during some of the most turbulent years in recent royal history. According to many royal commentators, one reason the possibility of a Fergie memoir attracts so much attention is her reported proximity to key figures during some of the royal family's most turbulent years. If she was present for important discussions, private disagreements, and major turning points, she could potentially offer perspectives that differ from the accounts already presented through interviews, documentaries, and memoirs. That possibility alone is enough to keep speculation running at full speed. From the viewpoint of some analysts, the dynamics that once appeared stable may now be shifting. Relationships that were built on trust, shared experiences, or common interests can change dramatically when public pressure intensifies. As controversies evolve and personal priorities change, individuals often become more focused on protecting their own reputations and futures. That reality has fueled growing discussion about whether old alliances remain as strong as they once seemed. For Harry, critics argue that this creates a particularly complicated situation. If new accounts emerge from people with first-hand knowledge of events, they could introduce information or interpretations that he has little ability to anticipate. Public debate would likely move beyond official statements and into competing personal narratives, making it much harder for any single version of events to dominate the conversation. Some observers believe this leaves few easy options. Remaining silent can invite questions, while responding publicly can generate even more attention.
That felt a little bit inauthentic, but that's a silly example. But it is an example of when you're able to dress the way you want to dress and you're able to say the things that are true.
Distancing oneself from former allies may also prove difficult when years of documented interactions and public associations already exist. In situations like this, every move can create new headlines and fresh scrutiny. That is why many royal watchers view the current moment as more than just another chapter in the Andrew story. They see it as part of a much broader examination of relationships, loyalties, and decisions made behind the scenes over many years. As new developments emerge, the focus may not remain confined to a single individual or controversy. A recurring argument from investigative writers and royal commentators is that once a major scandal begins unraveling, public attention rarely stays within carefully defined boundaries. Questions tend to expand outward, drawing in related events, associated figures, and long-standing narratives that were previously left unexplored. Whether that ultimately happens here remains uncertain, but it is one reason interest in the story continues to grow and why so many people are watching closely for what comes next. As major controversies unfold, public attention often expands beyond the central figures involved. Journalists, investigators, commentators, and the public frequently begin examining wider networks, past relationships, and decisions made behind closed doors. Questions naturally follow. Who knew what? Who spoke up? Who remained silent? And were important issues addressed when they first emerged? Those are the kinds of questions that tend to gain momentum as a story grows larger and more complex. Critics of Harry often point to the fact that he was a working member of the royal family during years when controversies surrounding Prince Andrew were developing. They also note that Spare, despite covering many sensitive topics, devoted very little attention to one of the most debated scandals connected to the monarchy. For those critics, that omission remains a subject of ongoing discussion and scrutiny. Meanwhile, Prince William is frequently portrayed by royal commentators as having taken a different approach. Reports over the years have suggested that he favoured dealing with difficult issues more directly and was concerned about the long-term impact certain controversies could have on the monarchy's reputation. Whether every report is accurate or not, many analysts believe William has increasingly focused on protecting the institution's future rather than preserving older arrangements. As heir to the throne, William faces the challenge of preparing for a very different royal era. Supporters often argue that his vision emphasizes accountability, modernization, and a more streamlined monarchy. In their view, recent scandals have reinforced the importance of those goals and highlighted the risks of allowing unresolved controversies to linger for years. Catherine is also frequently cited as an example of stability within the royal family. Royal watchers often praise her commitment to charitable causes, public service, and family life. Her supporters point to her long-term focus on projects involving early childhood development, mental health awareness, and community engagement as evidence of a steady and disciplined approach to public duty. For many commentators, the contrast they see between different royal figures.
I have always, ever since this has happened, and since this has become, as it were, public knowledge that I was there, I've questioned myself as to why did I go, what was I doing, and was it the right thing to do?
Ultimately comes down to choices, priorities, and public conduct over time. Some members of the family have become associated with controversy and ongoing debate, while others have cultivated reputations built around consistency and service. Whether one agrees with those assessments or not, they have become a major part of the narrative shaping public discussion about the monarchy's future and the lessons being drawn from its most difficult chapters. Charles bent to the manipulation of Fergie. That striking assessment, attributed to royal commentary and reporting on the family's internal dynamics, has become a powerful talking point among critics of how certain situations were handled over the years. Those commentators argue that Charles often preferred compromise and maintaining relationships rather than taking decisive action when conflicts emerged. Whether that approach reflected loyalty, caution, or a desire to avoid further division remains a matter of debate. But the criticism has persisted for years. Some royal observers draw a direct connection between that criticism and Harry's own choices. They point out that Spare was presented as a deeply revealing account of royal life, yet one of the monarchy's most controversial and widely discussed scandals received very limited attention. For critics, that contrast continues to raise questions about what was included, what was omitted, and why certain subjects were treated differently from others. Now, as fresh speculation surrounds potential memoirs, insider accounts, and new revelations, those questions are returning with renewed force. If people who were once trusted allies decide to tell their own stories, the public could be presented with additional perspectives that challenge or complicate existing narratives. Whether those accounts ultimately change public opinion is impossible to know, but they would undoubtedly generate enormous interest and debate. And that leads to the central question many commentators are asking today.
Another guest was John Botman, the literary agent. Now, he described seeing you there getting a foot massage from a young Russian woman. Did that happen?
No.
You're absolutely sure, or you can't remember?
Absolutely sure.
She was a 17-year-old girl meeting a senior member of the royal family.
It never happened.
She provided a photo of the two of you together.
Yes.
Your arm was around her waist.
Yes.
Harry has long argued that his decisions about what to discuss publicly were guided by principle and personal judgment. Critics, however, continue to wonder where the line between principle and strategy was drawn. If new voices enter the conversation and old alliances begin to shift, how will that affect the story that has been told over the past several years? That is the question royal watchers will be following closely. If Fergie does move forward with that book, and if she ultimately decides that telling her version of events is more important than protecting old relationships, the impact could be enormous. A memoir packed with first-hand experiences, private conversations, and behind-the-scenes perspectives would instantly become one of the most talked-about royal stories in years. The big question is whether Harry and Meghan's public narrative would emerge unchanged, or whether new details could reshape how many people view the story. What do you think? If Fergie releases a tell-all book, Do Harry and Meghan's carefully crafted version of events survive the fallout, or could it change the conversation completely? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. I'd genuinely love to hear your take on it. And if you enjoyed today's video, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Also, comment below if you made it all the way to the end, and share this video with anyone following the latest royal drama. Thanks so much for watching and for being part of the conversation.
But the reality is not that. The reality is she's a joke. It's embarrassing at this point. It's like, oh my gosh, for real, Meghan, you did that? You're going to keep doing this? I mean, wow.
Trevor Eggleston's Meghan's first husband previously had this operation, which would mean, of course, that she was unable to give birth to a child herself.
The silence just snapped, and the shock is shaking a certain 16-bedroom Montecito mansion hard. For years, Trevor Eggleston knew everything, but stayed quiet, moving like a ghost from a past life.
The person who can really clear this up outside of Meghan herself is Trevor Eggleston, who until this point has kept a total dignified silence, despite the fact that Meghan treated him so appallingly, even sending back their engagement ring via the post.
A Hollywood producer who didn't end his marriage with a talk or tears, but with a cold package sent through registered mail. That kind of exit hits different, and people never forgot it. He played the calm ex perfectly, built his career, started fresh, and stayed out of the spotlight while his former partner became one of the most talked about figures in the world. But now it's 2026, and secrets don't stay buried forever. Word is, Trevor isn't just speaking, he's coming with proof, real proof. This isn't basic gossip anymore. This looks like a full story flipping in real time. Reports say once he chose to talk, the mood inside that California estate switched fast, from smooth control to full panic. The polished image from interviews, magazine covers, and big shows is starting to crack, and those cracks are getting harder to hide. This isn't coming from some random critic or loud tabloid voice. It's from the one man who saw everything before the spotlight even existed.
Information came direct from Meghan's ex-husband, Trevor Eggleston, via an intermediary. And obviously, Trevor Eggleston is a very successful TV producer. He now has his own family. He's very happy. He hasn't spoken on the record.
To understand why Trevor speaking up in 2026 is causing this much tension, you have to rewind to how that marriage really ended. Back in 2013, Trevor Eggleston was completely caught off guard. He backed her during the early grind, used his industry ties to help her land roles and find her way through a tough business. But once Suits took off and fame started knocking, everything shifted fast. Picture this, you're married for years, living your life, and while you're in Los Angeles and she's filming in Toronto, a FedEx package shows up at your door. Not a letter, not a call, but her wedding and engagement ring sitting inside like it's nothing. No conversation, no closure, just a cold delivery that ended it all in seconds. That moment changed everything. For years, he stayed quiet, watching from the sidelines as the story around her life kept evolving in a very different direction. People always questioned why he never spoke out, especially with his position in the industry. But he didn't need to chase attention. He was building a new life, a family, and moving forward. Now, insiders are saying seeing his past reshaped and his role in her early journey barely acknowledged pushed things too far.
She will find a way to bounce past him to some other taker who might actually just love the guy. She will take her royal kids, who can still go by prince and princess, and find the billionaire.
And that silence finally broke. He's not chasing fame or a comeback. He wants his version of events acknowledged. Plain and simple. Reports say he finally spoke through trusted circles in early 2026, and that move shook Meghan's world more than expected. She treated him like a closed chapter, someone who would stay quiet about those Toronto years forever. That assumption didn't hold up. That sudden ending to their marriage now looks less like an isolated moment and more like part of a bigger shift happening behind the scenes. For years, there's been talk in certain circles about how things really unfolded, stories she has strongly pushed back on in public. She once said she barely knew anything about the royal family and didn't recognize Prince Harry before meeting him. But people connected to that earlier chapter have suggested a more planned approach was in play. Some claim there were clear goals and a focused direction, not just random chance bringing two lives together. The public story paints a perfect, unexpected romance, but the 2026 chatter is questioning how spontaneous it really was. According to these reports, she paid close attention to Harry's personality, his pressures, and his desire for stability. Critics say she saw opportunity where others saw emotion, aiming for something bigger than just a relationship.
He's moved on. He has put Meghan behind him. He probably is not interested in people bringing up his past relationship. He has 3 children now with his new wife.
And then came a major assumption that didn't line up with reality. There was a belief that royal status meant unlimited personal wealth, but the truth was far more structured, with finances tied to long-standing systems and oversight. That gap between expectation and reality may have changed everything. The fairy tale ran straight into reality, and the numbers didn't play along. What looked like endless luxury turned out to have limits, and that changed the whole picture. Now in 2026, the push into lifestyle products like jams and pet treats is being talked about as more than just a passion project. Critics say it reflects the pressure to maintain a very expensive image when expectations didn't match how royal finances actually work. When talk of Trevor's reported book deals started spreading in late 2025, the reaction behind those Montecito gates was anything but quiet. Insiders describe it as intense and chaotic, not a calm strategy session. According to claims from former staff, emotions ran high and the atmosphere shifted fast, with stress levels hitting the roof. There have also been rumors about a private, soundproof space inside the home, described by some as a place to release extreme pressure during difficult moments. While details vary, these stories all point to a high-tension environment when public narratives start slipping out of control. But the bigger issue isn't the setting, it's the people involved. By early 2026, reports showed a noticeable wave of staff departures from both the foundation and the household. More than 18 senior team members had reportedly left since the California move.
That Meghan Markle returned her engagement ring to Trevor Engelson via the post. But the fact that you're actually so blatant in terms of the fact that you want this famous royal and specifically you want Prince Harry.
And that pattern raised serious questions. In January 2026 alone, 2 key figures stepped away, including individuals who had been there from the early days. Past media coverage also described a demanding workplace, where pressure was constant and mistakes carried heavy consequences. Following the news tied to Trevor, sources claim there was strong frustration directed at the communications team, with accusations they failed to manage old narratives. Supporters argue it reflects stress under scrutiny, while critics say it reveals deeper cracks. Either way, the situation shows just how intense things have become behind the scenes. The legal rush, with cease and desist letters and talk of tighter NDAs, is being read by some as a strong reaction behind the scenes. Others argue it's a standard move when high-profile claims start spreading fast. Either way, the response has people talking more than any polished statement ever could. Now, some of the most sensitive rumors tied to Trevor's side involve private medical matters and questions about that period of their marriage. These claims have floated around online for years, but have never been confirmed by credible sources. It's important to treat this carefully, because unverified speculation about health or family details can quickly cross the line. There has also been ongoing public debate about pregnancy narratives, with theories circulating for a long time. Still, no solid evidence has backed those claims, and they remain in the realm of speculation. What's different now is the idea that someone from that chapter of her life could speak, which is why the topic is heating up again. If anything credible were ever presented, it would raise serious questions and draw intense scrutiny, not just from media, but from official institutions as well. Until then, it's all claims and counterclaims with no verified proof on record. Right now, the bigger picture shows a growing clash between public image, private history, and constant media pressure. Supporters see resilience under fire, critics see cracks forming, and the tension between those two views keeps getting louder by the day. By mid-2025, the big comeback brand, American Riviera Orchard, started hitting serious problems fast. What was meant to relaunch her image got mocked online, especially over high-priced jam that didn't impress critics. Then came trademark issues, and suddenly the whole rollout looked shaky. By early 2026, the brand was reworked into As Ever, with Meghan saying it reflected something timeless. But critics saw it as a quick reset to escape the rough start. That rebrand didn't get a smooth landing either. Soon after, officials from a small Spanish town, Pereires in Mallorca, pointed out strong similarities between the new logo and their historic coat of arms. Both designs featured a palm tree with birds on each side, and the comparison raised eyebrows fast.
Kelly reveals that Meghan Markle married for money, that she planned it all from the beginning, and the vision board with Prince Harry on it was revealed to her by someone who knew Trevor Engelson.
Local leaders even spoke out publicly, and reports say legal teams began reviewing the situation, adding even more pressure to an already struggling launch. The bigger issue is how the products are being received. Items like floral toppings and teas are being called overpriced and lacking originality by some reviewers. Supporters still see potential, but critics argue the rollout missed the mark. From her perspective, these setbacks aren't just business mistakes. They're seen as part of something bigger working against her. Then came another headline moment in April 2026 when King Charles visited the United States. There was talk of a possible reunion, with reports that Harry reached out hoping to meet, but the palace made it clear there were no plans for a private meeting, keeping the visit strictly official, and that decision spoke volumes. Reports say Meghan viewed the situation as a deep personal setback, believing the timing of Trevor rumors and the king's decision not to meet carried a bigger meaning. She has shared with close contacts that she feels the pressure around her brand launch is being intensified by outside forces. Critics, though, are questioning that idea, asking why a monarch would focus on a lifestyle business across the ocean in the first place. What's clear is that the distance between both sides has been there for a while, and the monarchy appears focused on its own path. Meanwhile, Meghan is seen by some as continuing to challenge that past connection in how she responds to headlines and public criticism. Supporters argue she's defending herself, while others think it keeps old conflicts alive. At the same time, attention has shifted to Prince Harry's reaction, which is described as more reserved. According to reports, he appears uneasy with the constant spotlight and the wave of controversies. In 2026, talk about the couple operating more independently has grown, with each focusing on separate projects and appearances rather than moving as a unit like before. Insiders suggest Harry has been putting more energy into his own initiatives, including long-standing commitments like the Invictus Games. Some also claim he's expressed frustration over ongoing tensions, wanting to step away from constant disputes. Whether those reports are accurate or not, the shift in how they present themselves publicly is becoming harder for people to ignore. The fairy tale didn't wrap up with a perfect ending. It shifted into something far more complicated. By 2026, talk of a split isn't just quiet chatter anymore. It's being framed by some as the natural outcome of a relationship under constant pressure. And now, attention is turning back to Trevor, the one person who knew that earlier chapter up close. One major detail people keep pointing to is that when the marriage ended in 2013, there were no public reports of strict agreements stopping him from speaking. Back then, neither of them had the global spotlight they have now. Today, in a media world driven by exclusives and personal stories, that absence is being viewed as significant. There's growing buzz that Trevor could step forward with a book deal, with speculation about what he might share from those years. Some claim he has personal records and insights that could draw huge attention, but none of that has been confirmed.
But this woman is nothing but a publicity whore. It's a term of art. We broke the news that she had Prince Harry on her vision board when she was younger. That was her goal, #goal, to marry Prince Harry. So it was all about getting the title. She's done that now. Now she's just stuck with this depressed ginger who has absolutely no family, no friends, and no money.
His long silence has built a certain image around him, and that's why the idea of him speaking now is creating such a stir. At the same time, any talk about private documents or sensitive material should be treated carefully, as those claims remain unverified. What's real is the rising curiosity and the sense that old chapters are being revisited in a big way. If he ever does decide to speak publicly, it would instantly reshape the conversation around that entire era. People who knew them back then describe a very different version of Meghan from what the public sees now. At that time, she was working hard to build her career, trying to stand out in a tough industry, while Trevor was seen as a steady support who believed in her early on. But once Suits entered the picture, insiders say things began to shift in a noticeable way. It wasn't just about getting attention, it was about who was around her. Reports suggest her social circle started to change, with longtime connections fading into the background while new, high-profile figures stepped in. These weren't just casual friendships. They were connections linked to influence, opportunity, and a different level of access. Some claims even suggest that toward the later part of their marriage, her focus was expanding internationally, with more time spent building connections beyond Los Angeles. Whether fully accurate or not, those stories paint a picture of distance growing, not just physically, but emotionally too. Trevor, in that version of events, becomes someone who saw the shift happen up close. That's why the idea of him speaking now is getting so much attention. It's not just about personal stories. It's about a timeline people believe could connect key moments together. And as that conversation builds, another issue is starting to stand out: the noticeable quiet from powerful allies who were once front and center. In the early California days, they were surrounded by some of the biggest names in entertainment, creating a strong circle of influence. Oprah, Serena Williams, and the Clooneys were often seen as part of that powerful support system. But moving into 2026, people have started noticing that presence fading in a big way. When As Ever launched, the usual celebrity backing didn't show up. No major shout-outs, no viral endorsements, no big names stepping in publicly. That silence stood out, and it got people talking fast. Some insiders suggest that high-profile circles may be stepping back, possibly due to the constant headlines and ongoing tensions tied to the couple's public image. In an industry where attention is currency, alignment matters. Right now, critics argue the Sussex brand is facing a tougher reception, while supporters say they're simply evolving on their own path. Either way, the shift is becoming harder to ignore as fewer familiar names appear alongside them. And this distance isn't just social, it connects to business too. Public perception plays a major role in partnerships and opportunities, and when that perception shifts, the impact can be real. What's happening now feels bigger than a passing headline. It's a noticeable change in how the story is being seen on a global level. But when someone from her past steps forward with a very different version of events, the image people once accepted starts to shake. The narrative shifts fast, and suddenly the public isn't looking at the same story in the same way. Instead of a clear role, everything feels more uncertain and questioned. In 2026, her silence is being read in completely different ways depending on who you ask. Some see it as strategy, others see it as pressure building behind the scenes. The same goes for legal responses. Supporters call it protection, while critics call it panic. What's clear is that her rise involved constant change, and now people are re-examining those transitions more closely. From former staff turnover to past relationships, conversations are growing louder, and the overall picture is becoming harder for anyone to ignore. As more people are rumored to step forward, the real question isn't about whether the brand can recover, it's how much more is still hidden beneath the surface. Trevor Engelson speaking out has shifted attention in a big way, and now the spotlight feels stronger than ever. For the Duchess of Sussex, this moment could be the start of an entirely new chapter, and not the kind anyone expected. More voices, more claims, and more pressure are building, and the story keeps evolving fast. Stay locked in because what's coming next could change everything people thought they knew. Make sure you like, subscribe, and drop a comment below, because this situation is far from finished.
Markle is allegedly very worried that Prince William could move to strip her of her Duchess of Sussex title when he becomes monarch. You know, if I was Meghan, I'd be pretty worried too, because she's still happy to use the Duchess of Sussex title.
Absolutely.
I mean, she uses it on her website, she tries to sell her candles and her gems.
It's been quite a week, hasn't it?
Yes, what an amazing week for you.
That's funny, I don't know what you're talking about.
William spent 3 hours live on Heart FM during a bank holiday, pulling in an audience of 4.3 million listeners. The broadcast came from a cafe in the Isles of Scilly, marking the first time in the station's history that it had gone live from that location. During the interview, he opened up about plenty of personal topics. He spoke about his daughter's obsession with Taylor Swift, joked about his youngest leaving jam-covered fingerprints in the back of the car, and reflected on his pummant wife's recovery from cancer. He described her as an amazing mum, an amazing wife. Our family couldn't cope without her. He also weighed in on Aston Villa's chances, revealed the song that helps him get through a difficult day, and even stepped into the classic cream versus jam debate by citing his grandmother as the ultimate authority on the matter, a move that is pretty hard to argue with. Across those 3 hours, William mentioned nearly everyone important in his life.
Actually, a lot of people are watching you. Stop doing that. But I got really into the moment, and you know, I've been following Aston Villa most of my life, and so it was a huge moment for all Villa fans to celebrate the Europa League final. Yeah.
Do you have a WhatsApp group with the players on? Do you message?
Family, members, personal stories, everyday moments. The conversation covered a lot of ground, yet one detail stood out in a major way. Despite the relaxed setting, and despite sharing so much about the people closest to him, he never mentioned his brother a single time. Not once during the entire broadcast, not while speaking to more than 4 million listeners, and not during an interview packed with personal reflections and family references. The silence was impossible to miss. Tonight, we are breaking down what that silence could signal, alongside 4 major developments that unfolded during the same period. These include a PR contradiction that came apart within just 24 hours and left a documented issue on the public record, a sharp Netflix viewership decline that exposed what was really driving interest in the Sussex brand, a legal precedent that clarified the process surrounding royal titles, and a trademark filing that appears to show the Sussex legal team already understood exactly where one key vulnerability existed and why. These 4 developments connect in a big way. They are not separate headlines unfolding at the same time. They are different pieces of the same puzzle, with each one shining a light on the same underlying issue. When you line them up in order, the picture that emerges is not based on guesses, rumors, or theories about what could happen next. It is built on documented events, public records, and actions that have already taken place. Even more importantly, those events point toward a direction that is becoming harder to ignore. Let's start with the contradiction, because this one is clear, specific, and backed by public reporting. On April 28, 2025, Meghan appeared on a podcast hosted by entrepreneur Jamie Kern-Lima. During the conversation, Lima displayed a gift basket that Meghan had sent her the year before. Attached to the basket was a printed card that read, "With compliments of HRH, the Duchess of Sussex."
Not dealing with the smartest person in the world. We know that from all the things we've seen. Seriously, she's not.
Yeah.
You know, she's nice and she's smart. And I mean, she can get along in the world.
That detail quickly sparked attention. Within hours, media outlets that reached out to the Sussex team reportedly received the same response. The message was simple, direct, and left little room for interpretation. The Sussexes do not use HRH titles. But then the story took a sharp turn. Roughly 24 hours later, another source connected to the same Sussex operation reportedly provided a different explanation to the New York Post. According to that account, the titles had been retained. Meghan had used the style on the gift basket, but the usage was described as personal rather than commercial. The explanation suggested that, under the agreement in place, the title was not being used for business purposes. The issue was not simply about wording. It was the contrast between the two public responses. The first statement reportedly presented a complete denial of usage. The second reportedly acknowledged the usage while arguing that the context mattered. Those are two very different positions. Rather than serving as a straightforward clarification, the sequence created a documented inconsistency in the public record, with both explanations tied to the same operation and appearing just 1 day apart. The controversy intensified because the second response did not erase the first one, it raised even more questions. Critics argued that the initial statement reportedly denied any use of the HRH style, while the follow-up explanation acknowledged that the title had appeared on the gift basket and instead focused on the context of that use. That shift in messaging quickly became a major talking point. A former palace courtier, speaking to the Daily Beast, reportedly argued that the Sandringham agreement reached during the Sussexes' 2020 departure from royal duties was intended to prevent the use of HRH titles altogether. According to that account, the understanding was not limited to commercial activities or public appearances, but applied more broadly. At the same time, Buckingham Palace's January 2020 statement, which remains publicly available, states, "The Sussexes will not use their HRH titles, as they are no longer working members of the royal family." Because of those publicly available statements, some royal commentators viewed the gift basket incident as significant. They argued that if the agreement was intended to cover all usage, then the appearance of the HRH style on the card would naturally attract scrutiny. Others pointed out that interpretations of the arrangement have varied over the years, which is why the issue continues to generate debate. Either way, the second explanation ensured the story stayed in the spotlight rather than fading away. The reaction from William's side also drew attention. One reported comment stated, "There is no way King William will stand for this. The titles will simply be removed when he is king. A way will be found." The quote was widely discussed because it was presented as a reflection of future intentions rather than an immediate action. Whether that outcome ever materializes remains to be seen. But the remark added another layer to an already heated discussion. Now the focus shifts to the commercial side of the story, because this is where the debate becomes even more complicated. Supporters of Meghan could argue that a gift basket sent between acquaintances falls into a personal category. A commercial website, however, operates in a very different space. On the Yuga, as ever website, which promotes products such as raspberry jam, flower sprinkles, and an $89 bottle of Napa Valley champagne, the brand description reportedly identifies its founder as Meghan, Duchess of Sussex. Because that wording appears within a commercial storefront connected to products being marketed and sold, it has become another point of discussion among royal watchers and commentators who continue to debate where the line is drawn between personal identity, public branding, and commercial activity. The Sussex camp's reported defense centers on a key distinction. According to their argument, HRH and Duchess of Sussex are not the same thing from a legal standpoint.
The Prince Andrew scandal was the end of the changes that are coming under King William V. Let me tell you, you are wrong.
They maintain that the Sandringham Agreement addressed the use of the HRH style, while the Duchess of Sussex title itself was not included in those restrictions. Supporters of that position argue that the difference matters and that the two should not automatically be treated as one issue. However, critics point out that not everyone involved appears to view the matter that way. Reports citing a former palace courtier have suggested a broader interpretation of the agreement, while commentators aligned with William's perspective have reportedly discussed the titles as part of a larger package. From that viewpoint, references connected to commercial activities are seen as evidence that the spirit, if not the letter, of the arrangement is still being debated today. One detail frequently highlighted in these discussions involves the legal structure behind the As Ever brand. The trademark was reportedly filed through Cobblestone Lane LLC and 2022 Trademarks LLC, rather than being registered directly under Meghan's personal title. That separation has attracted attention because it means the trademark ownership sits with corporate entities rather than with a royal designation. For legal observers, that is an important detail. No matter what happens in future debates over titles, the trademark itself remains attached to the companies that hold it. In other words, the intellectual property and business assets are structured separately from any personal title. Many would view that as a standard and carefully planned legal strategy designed to protect a brand from potential future complications. At the same time, critics argue that trademarks and legal ownership are only part of the equation. A trademark can protect a company's rights, logos, and branding assets, but it cannot automatically guarantee public interest or consumer loyalty. Those factors depend on recognition, attention, and reputation in the marketplace. That is why some commentators have focused on the brand's early momentum. They note that the first as-ever product launch reportedly sold out quickly, and that social media interest surged before many products had even been announced. Their argument is that consumers were not simply responding to jam, lifestyle products, or pricing alone. They were responding to a public figure with worldwide name recognition. Whether people agree or disagree with that assessment, it remains a major part of the conversation surrounding the brand's commercial appeal and long-term value. Critics of the Sussex brand strategy argue that trademarks and corporate structures can only protect certain things. An LLC can own a trademark, control products, and manage a business operation, but it cannot automatically create public interest. In their view, the real value comes from public recognition and the connection consumers make with the person behind the brand. That is why some commentators point to the rapid growth of the brand's audience, noting that hundreds of thousands of followers reportedly joined before any products were officially available. Their argument is simple. The attention arrived first, and the products followed afterward. The Netflix numbers are often brought into that discussion because they offer a measurable look at public interest. When the Harry and Meghan documentary launched in December 2022, it generated massive attention. Reports indicated that it reached 81.6 million viewing hours in its first 3 days and 97.7 million hours during its first full week. The series quickly became one of the platform's biggest documentary launches, and coverage exploded across television, newspapers, websites, and social media. Supporters and critics may disagree on the reasons, but one thing is clear: the project sparked enormous curiosity. At its center was the story of a Duke and Duchess of Sussex navigating their departure from royal duties and sharing their perspective on events that had already captured global attention. The royal connection, the family dynamics, and the wider institutional questions became major drivers of the conversation. Many analysts argue that this royal element was the key factor behind the documentary's success. They believe viewers were drawn not only to Harry and Meghan as individuals, but also to the larger story surrounding the monarchy and its global influence. Whether that assessment is entirely fair or not, it remains a common explanation for the extraordinary audience numbers. Now fast forward to March 2025. A new project arrives. With Love, Meghan. Same streaming platform, same partnership, same public figure, but a very different test of audience interest begins to unfold. This time, the focus was completely different. Instead of royal disputes and institutional drama, the spotlight shifted to cooking, lifestyle content, honey harvesting in Montecito, garden gatherings, and a picture of everyday California living. With Love, Meghan reportedly generated 12.6 million viewing hours during its first week and reached the global top 10 for that period. On the surface, that sounds like a solid performance, but critics argue that the broader rankings tell a more complicated story. According to Netflix engagement data covering January through June 2025, With Love, Meghan reportedly finished around 383rd globally, with roughly 5 million total views. Commentators quickly compared those figures to a wide range of other titles across the platform. Some noted that older programs and family-oriented content ranked nearby or higher on the list, using those comparisons to argue that the series did not become the breakout hit many expected. The discussion became even sharper when attention turned to Harry's Polo documentary. Reports indicated that the project attracted approximately 500,000 views and ranked near 3,036th globally on Netflix's charts. For critics, those figures created a striking contrast with the massive audience numbers generated by the Harry and Meghan documentary just a few years earlier. That comparison has become central to the debate. In 2022, viewers tuned into a project built around royal status, family conflict, institutional questions, and one of the most talked about stories in the world. By 2025, the content had shifted toward lifestyle themes, personal interests, and everyday experiences. Critics argue that this change in focus helps explain the dramatic difference in audience engagement. From their perspective, the key factor was never simply production quality, storytelling, or celebrity appeal alone. They contend that the royal connection itself was the main attraction, the element that generated headlines, sparked debates, and drew viewers in huge numbers. Whether that interpretation is completely accurate remains open to debate, but it has become a common argument among royal commentators analyzing the data. Many observers also point out that Netflix executives had access to engagement metrics long before the public saw them. Because of that, some believe later business decisions may have reflected trends that company leaders had already identified internally months earlier. Now the conversation moves to Prince Andrew, because this is where the debate shifts, from theory to precedent. For those questioning whether changes to royal titles are realistically possible, Andrew's situation is frequently cited as an example of how such actions can be handled within the royal framework, and why that discussion continues to attract so much attention today. Supporters of this argument point to what they see as a clear precedent already established within the royal system. They note that when changes to royal styles and roles have occurred, the process has often been discussed as an internal constitutional matter rather than a lengthy public legal battle. From their perspective, that challenges the idea that any future action involving titles would automatically require years of court fights, parliamentary drama, or a major constitutional showdown. Prince Andrew is frequently brought into that discussion. Commentators who raise his case often point out that he spent decades as a senior royal, served in the Royal Navy, and was one of the most prominent members of the royal family for much of his adult life. Because of that long-standing position, they argue that his situation is often viewed as a test case when people debate how royal titles, styles, and privileges can be altered or restricted. Critics of the Sussex's position say this history matters because it demonstrates that significant changes involving senior royals can happen without triggering the kind of institutional crisis that many people predict. In their view, the importance of the individual involved does not necessarily prevent action from being taken if the Crown decides a change is appropriate. That belief continues to fuel speculation about what future monarchs could or could not do. Those making this case argue that a future King William would not be starting from scratch. They claim that any action involving titles would rely on established royal mechanisms and existing precedents rather than requiring a completely new legal framework. Whether legal experts agree with that interpretation is another matter, but it remains a major talking point among royal watchers. Adding even more attention to the debate was reporting from columnist Tom Sykes, who described what he characterized as William's reported thinking on the issue in a column published in November 2024. Supporters of that argument often highlight that the article generated discussion and remained part of the public conversation afterward. To them, the lack of a highly visible public rebuttal became a story in itself, keeping speculation alive about how a future reign might approach questions surrounding royal titles and status. Tom Bower's betrayal, published in March 2026 and serialized in The Times, added another explosive chapter to the ongoing royal debate. According to reports surrounding the book, Bower drew on information from serving and former senior aides connected to both King Charles and the Prince of Wales. Among the claims that attracted the most attention was one striking sentence: William was taking no prisoners once he was crowned as king. The book goes on to suggest that William's approach toward his brother and Meghan could be firm and uncompromising. That claim quickly became one of the most discussed parts of the publication, with royal commentators debating both its accuracy and its potential implications. Whether readers agree with Bower's conclusions or not, the quote generated headlines across multiple outlets and fueled even more speculation about the future relationship between the brothers. Supporters of Bower often point to his long track record as a biographer. Over the course of his career, he has written dozens of books about high-profile public figures and powerful institutions. Several subjects have publicly challenged his reporting, criticized his conclusions, or disputed aspects of his work. At the same time, defenders of Bower argue that many of his major investigations have withstood intense scrutiny and remained part of the public record long after publication. When representatives for Meghan reportedly criticised betrayal, some commentators noted that the response came through public statements rather than formal legal action. Critics of the Sussexes highlighted that distinction, arguing that a lawsuit would have created a different type of challenge entirely. Supporters of Meghan, however, might counter that choosing not to sue does not automatically validate every claim made in Forenza, a book, and that there are many reasons public figures decide against litigation. Still, the legal question itself remains an important part of the discussion. Defamation cases involving carefully researched biographies can be complicated, expensive, and highly unpredictable. They often involve extensive document reviews, witness testimony, depositions, and detailed examination of evidence. Because of that, legal battles can generate significant amounts of new information, which is one reason public figures sometimes weigh their options very carefully before deciding whether to pursue them. Critics of Meghan's team argue that the decision to respond to controversial claims through public statements rather than litigation is a strategic one. From their perspective, legal action would open the door to a much deeper examination of evidence through the discovery process. They point out that similar choices were reportedly made in response to major books released in both 2022 and 2026, leading some commentators to view the pattern as noteworthy. Supporters of Meghan, however, would argue that declining to sue does not automatically prove the claims are accurate, and that litigation is not always the best or most practical response to disputed allegations. Now, when all of these developments are viewed together, supporters of this broader argument believe they reveal a much larger picture. Individually, each story generated headlines. Collectively, they are presented as pieces of a single narrative centered on what critics describe as a potential vulnerability within the Sussex brand structure. According to that interpretation, the Sandringham Agreement established certain expectations. The gift basket controversy then reignited debate about those expectations because of the differing public explanations that followed. At the same time, the As Ever website and trademark filings became part of the discussion because they highlighted the relationship between commercial, branding, legal ownership, and royal titles. Commentators making this case also point to Netflix performance data. Their argument is that projects tied closely to royal status, institutional conflict, and the monarchy generated significantly higher audience engagement than projects focused primarily on lifestyle content. Whether that conclusion is fully justified remains open to debate, but it has become a central talking point among critics analysing the Sussexes' commercial ventures. They also reference previous royal precedents, arguing that mechanisms for changing or restricting titles are not merely theoretical concepts. In their view, past actions demonstrate that such processes can be carried out within established royal frameworks, which is why the topic continues to attract attention. Against that backdrop, William's 3-hour Heart FM appearance takes on added significance for some observers. What stands out to them is not necessarily what he discussed, but what he reportedly left unsaid. During the broadcast, he shared stories about his daughter's interests, his youngest child's habits, and his wife's recovery journey. For those following the ongoing royal story, the omissions became just as talked about as the details he chose to reveal. William weighed in on everything from family life to football during his Heart FM appearance. He settled the cream versus jam debate by appealing to his grandmother's authority, shared stories about his children, spoke warmly about his wife, and even revealed the song that helps him through difficult days. The interview was packed with personal details and light-hearted moments that gave listeners a rare glimpse into his everyday life. Yet, for many royal watchers, the most talked-about part of the broadcast was what was not said. Over the course of 3 hours, with an audience of roughly 4.3 million listeners, William mentioned numerous people who have shaped his life and experiences. However, he did not publicly mention his brother or sister-in-law during the conversation. That absence quickly became a topic of discussion among commentators who closely follow the relationship between the two royal households. Some observers also noted that the interview contained no references to Harry and Meghan's children. Critics interpreted that as meaningful, while others argued that the interview was focused on William's own immediate family and personal experiences, rather than serving a comprehensive discussion of the wider royal family. As with many royal stories, interpretations varied depending on who was doing the analysis. Royal editor Roya Nika has previously written about William's personality and approach to relationships, describing him as someone who remembers important moments and places significant value on loyalty. Those observations have often been cited by commentators attempting to understand the continuing distance between the brothers. Supporters of this view argue that certain events from the past still carry weight today and continue to shape how both men see one another. One story frequently referenced involves a meeting at Kensington Palace that has been discussed in various royal accounts over the years. Commentators who focus on that episode argue that moments of silence can sometimes carry as much meaning as words themselves. In their interpretation, unresolved feelings and memories may still influence the relationship years later, even when neither side publicly addresses them. Beneath all the legal debates, title discussions, trademark filings, media battles, and business questions, there remains a far more personal story that continues to capture public attention. At its core, many people see this as the story of two brothers whose lives took dramatically different paths. Every major event that followed, marriages, departures, interviews, books, business ventures, and ongoing public scrutiny, has unfolded against the backdrop of a relationship that once appeared unbreakable, but later became one of the most closely watched family rifts in the world. The legal questions surrounding titles may eventually receive clear answers through official decisions or established royal procedures. The personal questions, however, the ones involving trust, family, and reconciliation, remain far less certain, which is why the story continues to fascinate so many people around the world. Supporters of this argument believe the legal framework is relatively straightforward. They point to established royal mechanisms and argue that tools already exist for handling questions involving titles and royal styles. From their perspective, the debate is not really about whether a process exists, but whether a future monarch would choose to use it. That is where much of the speculation continues to focus. The commercial side of the discussion is often framed in a similar way. Critics argue that audience data, brand, performance, and public engagement provide clues about what drives consumer interest. They point to the contrast between projects centered on royal controversy and those focused on lifestyle content, claiming the difference in viewership reflects the importance of the royal connection itself. Whether that conclusion is entirely fair remains a matter of debate, but it continues to be one of the most frequently cited arguments. Supporters of this viewpoint also note that several royal biographers and commentators have reported similar claims regarding William's future intentions. They argue that these accounts have remained part of the public conversation for an extended period without prominent public legal challenges or formal corrections. For them, that consistency is significant and contributes to the perception that certain possibilities are being taken seriously behind palace walls. Yet even those who focus heavily on legal procedures, trademarks, and audience metrics often acknowledge that another layer exists beneath the headlines. The legal questions may eventually receive official answers. The business questions can be measured through sales figures, engagement reports, and viewership data. The family questions are far more difficult to quantify. That is why some commentators return to William's Heart FM interview. They point to the contrast between the many personal stories he shared and the relatives he did not mention. To them, the silence became a symbol of a deeper divide, one that cannot be explained through legal documents, public statements, or business records alone. Here is where supporters of this overall argument land. They view the 24-hour HRH controversy as a documented inconsistency that kept the Sandringham debate alive. They see the commercial website usage as an ongoing example of branding that continues to attract scrutiny. They interpret the Netflix data as evidence that royal themes generated stronger audience engagement than lifestyle-focused projects. Taken together, they argue that these developments point toward the same underlying issue, the relationship between royal status, commercial value, and public interest. Whether that interpretation ultimately proves correct is something only future events can answer. But it remains at the center of one of the most closely watched royal debates today. The Andrew precedent is often cited by commentators because it represents a real-world example rather than a hypothetical scenario. For those who believe future action on royal titles is possible, it serves as evidence that established mechanisms already exist and have been used at a senior level. That is why the case continues to come up whenever discussions about the Sussex titles resurface. At the same time, supporters of this argument point to the growing body of reporting from royal biographers and palace insiders. These accounts have been published, widely discussed, and debated across the media landscape. While opinions differ on their conclusions, the claims themselves have remained part of the public conversation and continue to fuel speculation about what a future reign could look like. The larger question, according to critics, centers on the relationship between the crown, royal titles, and commercial branding. They argue that titles exist within the royal system rather than as personal property, which is why so much attention remains focused on how those titles are used and what role they may play in the future. Whether those concerns ultimately lead to any official action remains unknown, but the debate shows no signs of slowing down. And that brings us back to William's 3 hours on Heart FM. To many listeners, it was simply a relaxed and personal interview. To others, it was notable for the names that were mentioned, and the ones that were not. Depending on your perspective, that silence was either meaningless or one of the most revealing details of the entire broadcast. So what stands out most to you? Was it the 24-hour contradiction that reignited debate over the Sandringham Agreement? The Netflix numbers that sparked questions about audience interest and brand value? The Andrew precedent that many see as a practical example of how title-related decisions can be handled? Or the Cobblestone Lane trademark filing that has become a major talking point among royal commentators? There is no single right answer. Each development adds another piece to a story that continues to evolve. Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this analysis, be sure to like, subscribe, and share the video so more people can join the discussion. Your support helps the channel continue bringing you detailed coverage of the biggest royal stories and developments. Subscribe, turn on notifications, and stay tuned, because this story is still unfolding, and there is plenty more to come.
Harry and Meghan have, whether they mean to or not, they have turned Archie and Lilibet into the two most famous children in the world.
She doesn't want me to see them. That's the way it's going to be.
Of course, we have that the doctor that allegedly delivered Lily quit her practice 2 weeks after giving birth to Lily, or delivering Lily. That sentence there is missing.
Princess Lilibet Diana had been christened. Why would they use a title for their children that represents an institution they loathe so?
It's absolutely unbelievable that any member of the royal family could have set about creating what is an international scandal where people have the means as a result of her and her husband's conduct to question whether they have perpetrated the scam of the century.
The scam of the century. That is the phrase Lady Colin Campbell used publicly, and it instantly turned heads. When someone with her reputation, connections, and decades of experience around royal circles chooses words that strong, people pay attention. She is not known for throwing around dramatic claims without reason, which is why her comments sparked so much discussion. Thomas Markle has been arriving at a similar conclusion for years, although in a very different way. He is not a royal commentator or a historian. He is a father trying to make sense of a situation that has left him with more questions than answers.
To have performed in a pregnancy the way Meghan did. Anything to do with those children and how they came into existence would have possibly racial implications, when of course it's nothing to do with that at all.
And as a grandfather, he has continued asking one simple question, only to be met with silence again and again. Recently, Thomas Markle has shared new details about Lilibet, including what he says he has been shown and, just as importantly, what he says he has never been shown. Those remarks have caught the attention of people who have followed this story closely. Across social media and royal watcher communities, many reactions have centered on surprise.
I do believe because there are no delivery certificates, and I heard stories early on around the time Archie was allegedly in utero and being born. I heard stories that royal staffers were not allowed to see or touch her abdomen. And what really got me was the idea that a royal physician was not allowed to examine her womb.
Confusion and growing curiosity about the bigger picture. In this video, we will break down exactly what Thomas Markle has revealed, why his comments have generated so much attention, and how they connect to observations made by several well-known voices in the royal world. The reason his words are carrying extra weight right now is tied to the personal story behind them. After all, the story of a grandfather separated from his grandchildren is powerful on its own, and it adds another layer to an already extraordinary royal controversy. At the center of it all is a question that refuses to go away. Thomas Markle is in a rare position to ask it, and many believe he has every reason to keep asking.
Nobody set out to destroy you. You destroyed yourselves in this country with your ludicrous, hypocritical behaviour. The truth be told, what you just said is complete and utter garbage by the British media, the public and the royal family that they've all now abandoned. That's the truth.
The question is straightforward, but impossible to ignore. Who are these children really, and how much does the public actually know about them? And why is it that every effort to get clear answers from the most direct and legitimate sources, including the children's own grandfather, has reportedly run into the same thing again and again, a wall of silence that has lasted for years? At this point, many observers argue that the lack of explanation.
Hugo is extremely cautious. Hugo, which I am not. I don't need to be. I can call a spade a spade. But also Hugo is, by saying what he has said, what Hugo is actually saying
has become a major part of the story itself. Let's start with the basic facts, because even those are unusual enough to attract attention. Lilibet Diana Mountbatten-Windsor recently celebrated her 5th birthday. She is the younger child of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, and carries a name intended to honour both Queen Elizabeth II and Princess Diana, two of the most recognised and admired figures in modern royal history. Thomas Markle, her maternal grandfather, has publicly stated that he has never had the opportunity to build a meaningful relationship with her. According to his own accounts, there have been no family visits, no phone conversations, and no personal moments shared between grandparent and grandchild.
A lot of the royal watchers were complaining that they felt like her posts on social media where she barely shows the kids is almost taunting the king, who doesn't know these children, and how unfair this is.
He has described watching from a distance as the children grow up, relying on the same public images and social media posts available to everyone else. That situation has shocked many people who follow the story closely. Thomas Markle is now an elderly man living in Rosarito Beach, Mexico, and he has spoken openly about the sadness he feels over being separated from that part of his family. Based on his statements, he has no more direct access to information than members of the public who follow royal news online. What has drawn particular attention recently is not only his frustration about being excluded, but also the questions he says that exclusion has created in his mind.
The birth has raised questions of fraudulence, because you cannot give birth after you have given birth.
He has suggested that being unable to see his grandchildren in person leaves him with very little first-hand knowledge about their lives. As a result, he has focused on the limited public photographs that have been released over the years and the discussions those images have generated among royal watchers. Rather than speaking only about family estrangement, Thomas Markle has been talking about the uncertainty he feels from having so little direct contact and so few opportunities to form his own impressions. For supporters following his comments, that has become one of the most debated and talked about aspects of this ongoing royal saga.
And Meghan have never provided any evidence for that highly incendiary claim. It's not like they haven't had the chance to. After all, they pumped out 6 hours of self-indulgent builds on Netflix, trashing Britain and the press for its racism.
That combination of limited family access and ongoing public speculation is what many of Thomas Markle's supporters say they find so troubling. They point to the timeline as a key reason why the debate continues. Lilibet was born in June 2021, and in the years since, Thomas Markle has given numerous interviews discussing his wish to know his grandchildren, his disappointment over the distance, and the questions he says remain unanswered from his perspective. He has continued speaking publicly despite knowing that many people strongly disagree with him and challenge his claims. Critics argue that his comments are inappropriate, while supporters believe he is raising concerns he feels are important. Regardless of where people stand, the discussion has remained active because he has refused to stop asking questions he believes deserve answers. What many of his supporters focus on most is how ordinary his requests appear on the surface.
Silence everybody and just produce a DNA sample or proof of delivery. If you had those things, it would be very easy just to put them out there and say, this is what happened. This is what it is. And so, if they don't like it, why don't they just satisfy the curiosity?
According to his public statements, he is not asking for media attention, a public event, or special treatment. Instead, he says he wants the kinds of connections many grandparents hope to have: a family photograph, a conversation, a chance to hear a grandchild's voice, or simply the opportunity to know them personally. Supporters argue that these are basic family wishes rather than extraordinary demands. Critics, however, maintain that private family boundaries should be respected. That divide has become one of the central points of disagreement in this long-running royal controversy. The debate becomes even more intense when broader claims about royal family events and procedures are brought into the conversation. Some commentators and royal observers have pointed to reports, anecdotes, and accounts from various sources that they believe raise additional questions.
But he was in that film giving support to families who are suing this same social media platform for destroying their children's mental health.
Others strongly reject those interpretations and argue that speculation has often gone far beyond the available evidence. As a result, what should be a straightforward family story has turned into a much larger public dispute, filled with competing narratives, unanswered questions, and arguments over what is fact, what is opinion, and what can actually be verified. These are the kinds of claims that have fueled debate for years, and supporters of Thomas Markle often point out that they feel many questions remain unanswered. At the same time, critics argue that a lack of public explanation does not automatically validate speculation. What is clear is that the silence surrounding certain topics has only kept the discussion alive and given people even more to talk about. Thomas Markle has heard various reports, commentaries, and accounts connected to the story.
You're not protecting their privacy because you're putting them out there purposefully. And the one thing that I would say is a little different with people who do say the same thing, but also obscure their children's faces, is when their children are, maybe caught in a shot that they didn't expect.
Based on his public remarks, he has processed them as a father who feels separated from an important part of his family life. Over time, what began as sadness appears to have evolved into a determination to keep asking questions he believes deserve clarification. His more recent comments about Lilibet reflect that shift in focus. Rather than speaking only about disappointment, he has emphasized what he sees as unresolved issues and unanswered concerns. According to his own statements, he believes he is entitled to seek answers and intends to continue doing so for as long as he can. One of the details frequently discussed by commentators involves reports regarding royal medical oversight and access during the pregnancy period. Supporters who raise this topic argue that it stands out because of how specific the claims are. Critics, however, counter that many public accounts surrounding royal matters are incomplete and should be treated cautiously unless independently confirmed. That disagreement is a major reason the story continues to attract attention. Some observers view these reported details as unusual and worthy of further explanation, while others see them as examples of how speculation can grow when limited information is available. The result is a controversy that has become larger than any single claim and continues to divide opinion across royal watcher communities. From Thomas Markle's perspective, as expressed in public interviews, the most frustrating part appears to be the lack of direct family contact. He has repeatedly returned to the idea that personal interaction would answer many of his questions far more effectively than public statements ever could. A simple family visit, a conversation, or an ordinary grandparent-grandchild relationship would provide a level of reassurance that public photographs and media reports cannot. That is why supporters often focus on what they see as the completeness of the separation. They argue that the issue is no longer just about distance between relatives, but about years of limited contact that have left important questions unresolved in the minds of those following the story. As a result, the debate continues to generate strong reactions and intense discussion across the royal world. Some of the strongest debates among royal watchers center on the public photographs that have been released over the years. Certain online commentators have pointed to differences between images and argued that they raise questions.
Their child would be there. But what Meghan is doing clearly is she is highlighting these children constantly and putting them out there front and center to say, look at my children. That's what she is saying.
They mention things like apparent changes in height, hair appearance, or image details that they believe look unusual when photographs are compared side by side. Others strongly disagree and argue that factors such as camera angles, lighting, image quality, editing choices, and the passage of time can easily create misleading impressions. These discussions have become a major talking point among supporters of Thomas Markle because they connect to a broader concern he has expressed publicly for years. From his perspective, as described in interviews, he has had very limited opportunities to know his grandchildren personally. As a result, public photographs become one of the few sources of information available to him, which naturally gives those images greater importance in the eyes of people following the story. Online observers who study the photos often claim they see inconsistencies, while critics of those claims argue that such conclusions rely heavily on speculation rather than verifiable evidence. That disagreement has created endless debate across social media, royal forums, and video channels, with both sides insisting they are looking at the same images and reaching very different conclusions. The latest birthday photograph sparked another round of discussion. The image showed Lilibet wearing a sundress with only part of her visible. Some viewers focused on small details within the picture, including accessories and styling choices, while others simply viewed it as a family snapshot shared for a birthday celebration. As often happens with royal-related content, even minor details quickly became subjects of analysis and debate. Supportive media coverage described the photograph as sweet and charming. Meanwhile, royal commentators, who closely follow every release, examined the image frame by frame, discussing what they believed it revealed or failed to reveal. That pattern has become familiar in this story. Every new photograph generates another wave of questions, theories, counter-arguments, and reactions, ensuring that public interest remains as intense as ever. And according to his public remarks, Thomas Markle has been paying attention to those discussions as well, continuing to voice his desire for more direct family connection rather than relying on photographs alone. We have caught on to her. We figured her out. That is the feeling some of Thomas Markle's supporters say they have reached after years of following this story.
I think Meghan is going to prove to be like Angelina Jolie. There are some women who will do anything to work over a man.
From their perspective, the combination of unanswered questions, public disagreements, limited family contact, and ongoing debate over photographs has built into something they find difficult to ignore. Critics, however, argue that many of these conclusions go beyond the available facts and rely heavily on interpretation rather than proof. For supporters, the issue is not any single incident, but the accumulation of events over time. They point to years of public discussion, repeated questions, and the lack of direct communication between Thomas Markle and his grandchildren. In their view, those factors have created a situation where speculation continues to grow rather than fade away. Many also argue that traditional explanations centered on privacy no longer satisfy everyone following the story. Others strongly disagree, saying Harry and Meghan have every right to protect their children's private lives from intense public attention. That disagreement remains one of the biggest dividing lines in the entire debate. Thomas Markle's role in the story is often viewed as significant because he is not a royal expert, journalist, or commentator by profession. He is Meghan Markle's father and the children's grandfather. Supporters believe that gives his questions a personal weight that outside observers do not have. Critics respond that family relationships can be complicated and that the public does not know all the private circumstances involved. What is undeniable is that the separation has lasted for years and has become a major topic of discussion. Thomas Markle has repeatedly spoken about his disappointment regarding the lack of contact, while others have defended the family's decision to maintain distance. Because no detailed public explanation has been provided, both sides continue to interpret the situation very differently. Lady Colin Campbell has also weighed in on the controversy and has been outspoken about what she sees as attempts to dismiss certain lines of questioning. She argues that criticism should be evaluated based on evidence and arguments rather than assumptions about motive. Her supporters agree with that position, while her critics contend that some claims surrounding the story are speculative and unsupported. Thomas Markle approaches the issue from a much more personal angle. In his public comments, he speaks less as an analyst and more as a father and grandfather who wants answers about a family situation he says he does not fully understand.
And children are fair game. I have little doubt that if there was a divorce, she would bend over backwards to be as nasty as possible. That's just her personality.
Whether people agree with him or not, his concerns continue to fuel discussion and keep this long-running royal controversy firmly in the spotlight. Two very different people, coming from two very different perspectives, have ended up focusing on the same unresolved questions. Their overlap is one reason the debate continues to attract so much attention among royal watchers and commentators. Hugo Vickers, one of Britain's best-known royal historians, has been cited by many observers because of his reputation for being careful and measured in his public comments. Supporters of Thomas Markle often point to remarks attributed to Vickers regarding questions and uncertainties surrounding aspects of the story. For them, the significance is not just what was said, but who is saying it. They argue that when respected figures raise concerns or ask questions, those comments naturally draw more public interest. What makes this discussion different from ordinary online speculation is that it involves a mix of family members, commentators, historians, and long-time royal observers, all examining the same events from different angles. However, it is important to note that raising questions is not the same as proving allegations. Many of the claims debated in public remain disputed, and critics argue that conclusions should not be drawn without solid, verifiable evidence. For Thomas Markle's supporters, though, the growing number of people discussing these issues has given the story a different level of importance. They see it as something that has moved beyond a private family disagreement and become part of a larger public conversation about transparency, public narratives, and unanswered questions. At the centre of their argument is a simple point. They believe the ongoing mystery is fueled less by what is known and more by what remains unknown. Thomas Markle has repeatedly stated that he wants answers about family matters that he feels have never been adequately explained to him. Whether people agree with him or not, that position has remained consistent over the years. Supporters also argue that the level of privacy surrounding Archie and Lilibet has contributed to public curiosity rather than reducing it. Critics respond that Harry and Meghan are entitled to protect their children's private lives.
Sorry, but the ever-changing hair colour and ever-changing size of their children is what causes so many conspiracy theories. How can she be smaller now at age 5 than she was a year ago climbing Monmouth Mountain?
And that public curiosity does not create an obligation for disclosure. That disagreement remains one of the biggest fault lines in this entire debate. In the end, many observers return to the same basic question. If concerns are misplaced, what evidence would settle them once and for all? That question continues to drive discussion, keeping the controversy alive and ensuring that every new development is examined more closely than ever. For many supporters of Thomas Markle, the issue comes down to what they see as a lack of information that could potentially address long-running public questions. They argue that official records and documentation typically exist for major life events and believe that greater clarity would reduce speculation. Others strongly disagree, pointing out that private family records are not generally owed to the public, and that parents have the right to keep personal matters confidential. That divide has only widened as the years have passed. Supporters argue that the continued absence of details has allowed questions to grow rather than disappear. Critics counter that unanswered public curiosity does not automatically mean there is something suspicious taking place. The debate continues because both sides interpret the same silence in very different ways. Thomas Markle has repeatedly expressed a much more personal concern in interviews. Beyond any public controversy, he has said that he wants the chance to know his grandchildren and to have some form of family connection with them. According to his public statements, that desire has remained consistent over the years, regardless of the wider media discussion surrounding the royal family. His supporters often point to that emotional aspect of the story as the most powerful part. They focus less on online theories and more on the image of a grandfather who says he has had little or no direct relationship with his grandchildren. For them, that is the detail that stands out and keeps people talking. What many find difficult to understand is the contrast between privacy and publicity in the modern media environment.
They are playing games, and I think even using AI to manipulate images. Yes, I believe they have children before anyone says otherwise, but perhaps this is why Harry allows her to release pictures of the kids as long as she heavily edits out their faces. Something is always off with the photos, and it's obvious they are heavily photoshopped and often badly, hence the little girl's hand melting into the balloon strings.
Harry and Meghan have shared limited glimpses of family life through selected photographs and social media content, while also emphasizing the importance of protecting their children's privacy. Supporters of the couple see that as a reasonable balance. Critics argue that it naturally invites more questions because the public receives only carefully chosen snapshots rather than a fuller picture. That contrast has become another major point of disagreement in this ongoing royal saga. To supporters of Thomas Markle, the continued lack of direct family contact remains the central issue. To others, it is simply a private family matter that outsiders cannot fully understand. Either way, the discussion shows no sign of fading, and every new update seems to spark another round of intense debate and scrutiny. The contrast that many supporters of Thomas Markle focus on is one they find difficult to ignore. They point out that the public has occasionally been shown carefully selected glimpses of Archie and Lilibet through photographs and social media posts, while Thomas Markle has publicly stated that he has had little or no direct contact with his grandchildren. In their view, that difference raises questions about where the line between privacy and public sharing is being drawn. Supporters argue that members of the public may see limited details in photographs, a profile, a hairstyle, or small family moments, while the children's grandfather says he remains largely disconnected from their lives. Critics, however, respond that parents are entitled to decide who has access to their children, and that sharing occasional images does not create an obligation to maintain relationships with extended family members. That debate has become one of the most emotional aspects of the entire story. Another issue frequently raised by Thomas Markle's supporters involves family history and heritage. They argue that grandparents often play an important role in passing down family stories, traditions, and personal memories. From that perspective, they see Thomas Markle as someone who believes he has experiences and family history that he would like to share with his grandchildren if given the opportunity. According to his public comments, his concern goes beyond simply being excluded. He has suggested that the lack of contact means the children may not have the chance to hear stories about their mother's upbringing, relatives, and family background directly from him. Supporters see that as a loss, while others argue that the public cannot know what information is being shared privately within the family. One reality that continues to fuel discussion is that Archie and Lilibet are growing older out so publicly.
That's what Meghan is doing. She's not fooling anybody. Meghan is a hypocrite in the biggest sense of the word, because these children have moments where they look completely different in their sizes and the color of their hair. I think what Meghan is doing is trying to control a narrative, but failing miserably at it. We have caught on to her. We figured her out.
Supporters of Thomas Markle often point to the fact that he has repeatedly expressed a desire to know his grandchildren and to have some form of relationship with them, even if only in a limited capacity. Thomas Markle's recent comments have also carried a sense of urgency. He has spoken openly about his age and health challenges, and supporters believe that has made his appeals feel even more emotional. In their eyes, this is not simply a media story or a royal controversy. It is a grandfather hoping for a connection with family while time continues to move forward. That is why many followers of the story remain so invested. For them, the central issue is not celebrity headlines or royal intrigue. It is the image of a family divided, a grandfather asking to be part of his grandchildren's lives, and a situation that remains unresolved despite years of public attention, debate, and speculation. Taken as a whole, many people following this story struggle to find a single word that fully captures the situation. For supporters of Thomas Markle, the central issue has never been fame, headlines, or royal politics. It is the belief that a grandfather has spent years trying to be part of his grandchildren's lives while feeling completely shut out of the process. According to Thomas Markle's public statements, he has used interviews, media appearances, and public appeals to express the same message over and over again. He has said that he wants a relationship with his grandchildren and does not understand why that has not happened. Supporters see those efforts as the actions of a man refusing to give up on family. Critics, on the other hand, argue that the public cannot know the full details behind private family decisions. What has made the story resonate with so many followers is that it is not built around one shocking revelation or a single dramatic moment. Instead, it is a long-running narrative made up of years of public comments, family estrangement, unanswered questions, and ongoing debate. Supporters believe that each new development adds another layer to a picture that they find increasingly difficult to ignore.
That bump had more ups and downs than Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton's marriage. I'd never known another woman of colour or another woman without colour
From Thomas Markle's perspective, as reflected in his interviews, he is a grandfather who feels disconnected from a grandchild he says he has never had the chance to truly know. He has also spoken about reports, speculation, and discussions surrounding the family, all while maintaining that he wants answers and, more importantly, a family connection. Whether people agree with his concerns or not, his determination to keep speaking out has remained remarkably consistent. Many followers of the story find that aspect especially emotional. They see a child growing older year after year, while a grandfather continues to publicly express his wish for contact. Others maintain that family privacy should be respected, and that outsiders are not entitled to explanations. That disagreement remains at the heart of the controversy. What cannot be denied is that the conversation has not faded away. Thomas Markle continues to speak, supporters continue to discuss his comments, and critics continue to challenge his conclusions. As a result, the debate remains alive and highly visible. One thought continues to stand out for many observers. According to Thomas Markle's own account, he is a grandfather who says he has never had the opportunity to properly know his granddaughter through the ordinary family moments that most grandparents cherish. That reality, more than any headline or controversy, is the part of the story that continues to generate the strongest reactions and emotions. Lilibet has now turned 5 years old, and the questions surrounding this story continue to generate discussion across the royal world. Supporters of Thomas Markle believe the situation cannot remain unresolved forever, while others maintain that family privacy should be respected. Either way, the debate remains active and shows no sign of disappearing anytime soon. How much longer do you think this situation can continue before something finally changes? And tell me in the comments, do you think Thomas Markle deserves answers about the concerns he has raised publicly over the years? I'd love to hear your perspective on this ongoing story. If you found this video interesting or thought-provoking, please give it a like. It really helps the channel reach more people who enjoy following and discussing royal news and controversies. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and share this video with someone who follows the royal story as closely as you do. Thanks so much for watching and for being part of the conversation.
Meghan Markle is truly one of the most dangerous public figures on the world stage at the moment.
Meghan Markle is always attempting to, shall we say, build relationships with very, very, very rich.
Dubai's skyline wasn't just glowing, it was on fire under that desert sun. Private jets lined up like trophies, everything polished to perfection, built for the world's elite. Power, control, precision, nothing here is meant to slip. But this time, something did. The spotlight didn't land on billionaires or royalty.
This woman is nothing but a publicity whore. It's a term of art. We broke the news that she had Prince Harry on her vision board when she was younger. That was her goal, #goal, to marry Prince Harry. So it was all about getting the title. She's done that now. Now she's just stuck with this depressed ginger who has absolutely no family, no friends. And
it locked straight onto Meghan Markle, and just like that, the energy shifted fast. Tension didn't creep in. It snapped tight. Quiet whispers started racing through media and diplomatic circles. A powerful Dubai figure had already raised concerns behind the scenes, and suddenly that smooth, glamorous arrival felt off. Behind closed doors, talks got sharp, questions stacked up, and the pressure started building quick. Then it blew up.
These billionaires can sense one thing. When you're not looking for a partner, you're looking for a solution. And that's obviously the lane that Meghan Markle's in now. She doesn't make really her own money. This whole Netflix thing is just a ruse. We all know this is made up just to give her some.
What started as quiet talk spread across headlines worldwide. The same woman who once called the royal system cold and unfair was now reportedly seeking support. But what came back felt cold, almost like silence. Buckingham Palace got pulled straight into the storm. Then, out of nowhere, boom, A 17-word statement dropped, short, sharp, and heavy. And just like that, everything changed. This wasn't rumor anymore. This was real pressure. It came straight from Prince William himself, and it hit hard. The message was clear. The royal family will not provide diplomatic backing for Meghan Markle. She doesn't represent the crown in any way, and she's not allowed to use its name for private moves. No soft wording, no careful spin, just a line drawn right in public. The future king didn't stay quiet or pass it off. He stepped in directly and made sure everyone heard it loud and clear. And it didn't stop there. After headlines exploded, the palace doubled down, shutting down any doubt and locking in their stance. The follow-up only made it sharper. Her travel, her connections, none of it ties back to the royal household.
Benefit of her bargain with Harry because she got the title. That's what she wanted. She wanted to be world famous. She wanted the title. You remember when Harry was single, he was the elephant. He was the one, the most eligible bachelor on earth. You could be a royal, you could become world famous overnight. You could live in a castle. You could have access to the crown jewels. You would be a princess. My God, yes, he could have had his...
No gray area, no loopholes, just a straight statement for the world to see. Even the UK's diplomatic channels were spelled out, handled only through official government routes, not personal status or media fame. The message was simple but heavy. Being married to Prince Harry doesn't equal royal power. Titles don't open doors, and private deals don't come with palace protection. And just like that, the spotlight lost its shine, leaving one big question: what really went wrong in Dubai? Meghan reportedly touched down expecting full VIP treatment the second her jet hit the runway. The plan seemed simple: smooth entry, no delays, straight into private meetings with luxury brands and top investors. But that's not how it played out at all. She walked into the terminal dressed head to toe in designer fashion, every detail sharp under those bright lights. A small entourage trailed behind, moving like everything was already set. Then the shift hit. The second she reached immigration, the energy turned tight, controlled, like something had already been flagged before she even stepped up. UAE officers approached and calmly guided her aside. It started as routine questions, but quickly turned into something more. She was escorted into a private room, documents checked carefully, everything quiet, but that silence felt heavy. No long talks, no back and forth, just a decision. And within about an hour, she was quietly escorted out.
But the reality is not that. The reality is she's a joke. It's embarrassing at this point. It's like, oh my gosh, for real, Meghan, you did that? You're gonna keep doing this? I mean, wow.
Kept away from cameras and sent toward the next flight out. Authorities stayed silent. And under UAE law, they don't have to explain anything. Reports say she tried to lean on royal ties, but this time, it didn't move anything at all. She had once said she felt pushed out while trying to build independence in the UK, but now the situation flipped. This time, reports claim she was reaching back, hoping that same institution would step in and help. People familiar with UAE diplomatic circles say this wasn't casual at all. The push for support came in strong, direct, and persistent, right in the middle of rising tension. During those exchanges, 3 key points reportedly came up. First, her marriage to Prince Harry. Second, her role as a mother connected to Queen Elizabeth II's legacy. And third, that's where things got sharper. According to multiple accounts, questions started circling around school registration details linked to her family. What should have been routine suddenly pulled attention, adding pressure to an already tight situation. Observers began asking serious questions. How does something so standard trigger deeper checks? That alone sparked speculation inside Dubai circles, and the tension didn't slow down. It climbed fast. Messages reportedly reached Buckingham Palace quickly. Then came the response. Firm, direct, no confusion. She was left to handle it alone, and the message hit even harder the second time. It reinforced one thing loud and clear. Meghan Markle's travel issues were strictly for official authorities, and the royal household would not step in. That hit heavy. No royal backup, No diplomatic shield, no crown connection working behind the scenes. And just when the pressure was already high, Princess Anne reportedly stepped in, and her stance came even tougher. If William's message shut the door, Anne's locked it tight. A statement circulated through Commonwealth and diplomatic circles, leaving zero room for confusion. Meghan Markle and her husband do not act on behalf of the crown, the monarchy, or the United Kingdom. Any attempt to link their actions to the institution is purely speculative, legally unsubstantiated, and rejected. And it didn't stop there. The warning pushed further. Royal titles were off limits for private deals, promotions, or global ventures tied to personal gain. This wasn't subtle. It felt like a global signal. The message spread fast, and one thing was clear. No more royal representation, no gray area, no exceptions. Some commentators started pointing at early cracks, saying the whole setup leaned more on image and connections than anything solid. Then another detail popped up, and it added pressure fast. People close to the Montecito property claimed there were already issues behind the scenes. Reports mentioned disputes over payments, renovation approvals, and financial paperwork tied to the estate. There were even claims the couple might not have been staying there anymore.
I'm telling you, Meghan's new publicity team, Meghan's new publicist is getting their money's worth. Between the last 2 weeks, Meghan is back in the game. They don't have anything of value to promote right now. This desperation we're seeing from Harry and Meghan is to establish themselves before William becomes king and strips them of any relevancy whatsoever.
The shift stayed quiet. No headlines, no big scene, just movement happening low-key. Then legal documents came in and made it heavier. A Santa Barbara County court filing laid things out with no polish, no spin, just direct facts that raised serious questions. The carefully built image started to wobble. With no royal backing, the Montecito situation turned into another headline. The final detail hit hard. The private lease reportedly wasn't renewed due to conflicts over how the property was used. And it didn't stop there. The Spotify deal, once hyped at $25 million, also fell apart. Issues with content, engagement, and creative clashes stacked up behind the scenes. What was supposed to grow into a major media force just couldn't find its rhythm. A deal worth around $25 million ended up producing only one podcast season. And that gap didn't go unnoticed. The early hype faded fast. What once looked like a big comeback started feeling quiet, almost underwhelming. Then another hit came, this time involving Netflix. That massive $100 million partnership didn't look so solid anymore. Industry insiders started spotting issues, lower viewership, creative tension, and rising concerns about brand risk all showing up at once. Netflix didn't make noise about it, but the shift was obvious. No big renewals, no major follow-ups, just a slow pullback from what was once expected to dominate. The momentum didn't crash overnight, but it definitely cooled. And then attention shifted again, this time to the Archewell Foundation. Reports claimed regulators in both the US and UK started taking a closer look, focusing on finances, tax filings, and internal payments. At the same time, former staff reportedly filed complaints tied to workplace issues, adding even more pressure behind the scenes. The focus turned to how certain deals may have been presented during negotiations. And if confirmed, that kind of issue doesn't stay quiet. It sticks to the brand and builds pressure fast. Looking at the bigger picture, a pattern started showing. Since stepping away from royal duties, multiple projects tied to Meghan have faced delays, setbacks, or unexpected problems. What once looked like a smooth move into independence now feels like a chain of complicated moments. One deal slows, another fades, and the spotlight keeps shifting. Then another big name entered the mix, Tyler Perry. He was once seen as a strong supporter, even offering his Beverly Hills home during their move to the US. But now, reports suggest things might not be as solid. Claims of tension started circulating, including possible issues tied to finances. The full details aren't clear, but it adds pressure. The tone has shifted, and what once looked controlled now feels uncertain, with key relationships being questioned. She was expected back in California with a full schedule, including plans for Archie and Lilibet's upcoming school term. But in that moment, none of it mattered.
Will, allow their relationship with Prince Harry to expire, but they are holding on tightly to Meghan to work with Meghan in hopes that if there is a divorce, they would get the exclusive and pounce on that access to Meghan because they know that that's the next big thing that would.
Dubai had already made its call, and even strong connections couldn't change it. That raises a bigger question. How fast can everything flip when support starts shifting? As the Dubai story spread worldwide, new speculation started building around what insiders called a 4-point risk check. Reports suggest this internal review may explain why UAE officials made their move. Under Emirati law, entry decisions are tightly controlled, but this may have gone deeper than routine checks. There were signs of internal notes circulating before arrival, reviewing reputation, influence, and public impact. Some even believe attempts to speed up clearance using global connections backfired, triggering more scrutiny instead. Another concern? Media attention. Officials reportedly didn't want a flood of cameras, influencers, and brand teams taking over the airport during major events. In the end, every detail counted, and control took priority in a system where nothing is left to chance. Reviewers reportedly spotted inconsistencies between the stated purpose of the trip and the sponsorship details tied to those golf meetings. And at that level, even small mismatches don't get ignored. They raise serious flags fast. Then came the fourth factor, cultural sensitivity. Officials were cautious about bringing in a high-profile figure linked to recent controversies, especially with major events already underway. The concern? Too much media attention, too many distractions. Put all four factors together, and the picture gets clear fast. This wasn't routine. It was calculated and deliberate. In that moment, Meghan Markle wasn't viewed as a VIP guest, but as a potential reputational risk in a tightly controlled space. Once that call reached senior officials, everything moved quick. Entry clearance was pulled, her passport returned, and just like that, the visit was over before it even started. No delay, no second chances. Within hours, the story exploded across global media, with airport clips spreading fast, turning a quiet exit into a worldwide moment. Some PR analysts went even further, calling the Dubai incident a serious reputational hit. From their view, this wasn't just about denied entry. It signaled a bigger issue playing out on a global stage. Reports also claimed Meghan felt frustrated with how everything unfolded, especially how public and unexpected it became. Sources tied to UK diplomatic circles described the response as distant and cold, while royal commentators pointed to growing strain around her post-royal brand. Behind the scenes, things reportedly slowed down. Business talks stalled, the palace stayed silent, and damage control kicked in fast. Strategy meetings, messaging shifts, and legal consultations all started moving at once as the story kept spreading. The image of confidence and independence now faced serious pressure. And the big question started rising. What happens next? Where does Prince Harry stand in all this? Insiders suggest tension has been building, with long talks and quiet gaps painting a more complicated picture than it seems. The spotlight isn't fading. It's only getting stronger. What once looked like a modern royal success story now feels like a turning point. The road ahead? Unclear, with real questions building around image, direction, and what comes next. Is this just a setback that turns into a comeback? Or the start of something much harder to fix? Can Meghan rebuild her public image and rise again? Or will the pressure keep growing and pull Harry in even deeper? Drop your thoughts below. And if you've been following this story, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment to stay locked in on what's really unfolding.
What if there more to her birth than just her age? Could it be that she doesn't know her own age because she's been lied to by her father and mother?
But what is she not contextually aware if she's trying to hide something? This is really sloppy.
I think personally, I think they've separated their professional lives, but I think what's really a great problem for them now as of in the last few weeks.
I'm the best birthday you've ever had. Thank you for everything. Hi, Daddy. I'm English.
Meghan Markle's lawyers are reportedly in full damage control mode after Tom Bower unleashed another explosive claim. Bower, the royal biographer known for digging into celebrity controversies and exposing uncomfortable stories, now alleges that Meghan may have been misleading the public about her real age for more than 20 years. And according to him, this situation goes far beyond internet rumors or random gossip.
Tom Bower, the legendary royal author, is sharpening his quill for a new edition of his book set to reveal huge secrets inside Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's marriage.
Bower reportedly gathered magazine archives, university documents, family accounts, and several public records that critics say contain strange inconsistencies. Some dates allegedly don't line up, while different sources appear to tell completely different stories. People following the drama online are shocked at how detailed the claims have become, especially since the information reportedly stretches back decades and involves official paperwork tied to Meghan's past. What makes this controversy stand out from the countless other headlines surrounding Meghan is one major thing: paperwork.
August 4th, 40 years ago, Meghan was born, and she was born as a C-section, so she was put in my...
Unlike past royal gossip that could easily be dismissed, Bower insists these records are much harder to explain away. Supporters of Meghan are calling the accusations unfair and exaggerated, while critics believe the growing list of inconsistencies deserves closer attention. Reports also claim Meghan is furious behind the scenes, as the story keeps gaining traction across social media and celebrity news circles. Before diving into the age controversy, it's important to understand who Tom Bower really is. He's not some random gossip blogger chasing clicks or celebrity drama. Bower is one of Britain's most respected investigative biographers, known for writing hard-hitting books on major public figures like Robert Maxwell, Mohammed Al-Fayed, Simon Cowell, and even Prince Charles.
There are so many telltale signs that something is clearly wrong with Meghan. And I don't mean it in a bad way, but I mean, how can you get your age so wrong?
His reputation comes from deep research, not flashy headlines. Bower is famous for spending years interviewing sources, digging through records, and checking every claim carefully before publishing anything. People who follow royal stories know his books often create major headlines because of how detailed and aggressive his investigations can get. He's built a career on exposing stories powerful people would rather keep quiet. In 2022, Bower released Revenge, Meghan, Harry, and the War Between the Windsors, and the book immediately sparked controversy. The biography painted Meghan as highly ambitious and extremely strategic, claiming she was determined to climb the social and celebrity ladder no matter what stood in the way.
It's living a life that she's winning and she's doing all these great things, but the reality is not that. The reality is she's a joke.
But one section grabbed more attention than anything else. The chapters focused on Meghan's early life, her Hollywood years, and the timeline surrounding her personal story. According to Bower's research, some of the dates and details allegedly don't fully add up. Meghan publicly states she was born on August 4th, 1981, which would place her at 44 years old today. However, Bower claims he uncovered information suggesting she could possibly be older, with estimates ranging several years beyond her public age. The allegations instantly sent social media into meltdown, and reports claim Meghan's team moved quickly into full damage control mode as the debate exploded online. Now here's where the controversy really starts heating up. One of the biggest pieces of evidence Tom Bower points to comes from the March 1997 issue of 17 magazine. On page 90, the publication reportedly listed Meghan Markle as 21 years old.
She is a consummate survival actress. And you raise this extraordinary beginning of the year when she carved 2025 in the sand.
But if Meghan was truly born in 1981, as publicly stated for years, she would have only been around 15 or 16 at the time the magazine came out, not 21. That's a huge gap, and critics say it's not something people can easily ignore. According to reports surrounding Bauer's investigation, he didn't just randomly find the article online and rush to publish it for attention. He allegedly went through physical archives, confirmed the magazine's release date, and verified the source before bringing it up publicly. That's why this claim has created so much noise online. People are now debating whether 17 magazine somehow made a massive mistake about the age of a relatively unknown teenager back then.
And you know, it's a very, very interesting image that it came out on New Year's Day this year, because the previous weeks had been absolutely turgid and torrid for her.
Or whether conflicting information had been circulating for years behind the scenes. But the magazine article wasn't the only thing Bauer reportedly uncovered. He also claimed that Meghan's IMDb profile originally listed her birth year as 1977 instead of 1981. That detail immediately raised eyebrows because IMDb profiles are heavily connected to the entertainment industry and acting careers. In Hollywood, age can completely change what roles an actor gets considered for, especially for women trying to break into major projects. Critics online believe younger ages can sometimes create more opportunities and marketability in the industry. Reports claim the birth year on the profile was later changed quietly.
Actually, they've gone down dramatically, and I predicted it in the book, but even I would not have thought it'd be that accelerated.
But Bauer says he managed to save screenshots before the update happened. Once those claims surfaced, the internet exploded with reactions and non-stop speculation. Then there's the Northwestern University angle, and according to critics following this story, this is where the timeline starts looking even more confusing. Official records show Meghan graduated from Northwestern in 2003 with a degree in theater and international studies at age 22, which lines up perfectly with the birth year she has publicly used for years. But Tom Bauer reportedly didn't stop at official documents. He allegedly tracked down former classmates, searched through alumni directories, and carefully reviewed group photos from Meghan's university years.
Megsy really lying about her age. Now, when you Google her, it says that she was born on the 4th of August 1981. And with today being her birthday, as of me recording this video, it's saying that she's 44 years old.
Looking for inconsistencies. And according to his claims, what he found raised even more questions. Many of the people Meghan appeared to spend time with during college are now reportedly in their early to mid-50s, not their early 40s. That detail immediately caught attention online and fueled even more speculation surrounding the age debate. One photo that keeps getting discussed is an old Northwestern salsa club picture showing Meghan smiling in the back row alongside several other students. Bauer reportedly contacted multiple people connected to that photo and asked about their ages and graduation timelines.
Did you know that in 1997, when she met Yasmin Bleeth, when she claims that she was working for Humphrey Yogurt, age 13?
According to reports, many of them were born in the early 1970s. Critics say that discovery made the situation look even stranger because the age gap would have been much larger than expected if Meghan's public timeline were completely accurate. Some online commenters argue that friendships with older students are completely normal in college environments, while others believe the repeated age questions deserve more scrutiny. One former classmate, who reportedly spoke anonymously, claimed people around Meghan believed she was older than publicly presented at the time, though those comments remain unverified and heavily debated online. And that's where the controversy starts getting even messier. Critics now argue that if there were inconsistencies surrounding her age in earlier years, it naturally leads people to question what other details from her past could also be disputed. Supporters, however, continue to defend Meghan and accuse critics of trying to create controversy out of incomplete information. Things reportedly took another dramatic turn when attention shifted toward Thomas Markle, Meghan's father, who has given numerous interviews since Meghan married Prince Harry. His past comments and public statements have now become part of the growing online debate surrounding the timeline claims. Thomas Markle has spoken publicly many times about Meghan's childhood, her personality, and the ongoing tension inside the family. But according to Tom Bauer, one topic always seemed to get a strangely careful reaction: Meghan's actual birth year. While researching his book, Bauer reportedly sat down personally with Thomas Markle and asked him directly, "What year was Meghan born?" Instead of immediately answering with a clear date, Bauer claims Thomas paused before responding, "You should check the records yourself." That response instantly raised eyebrows among people following the story online.
She also, or somebody with the name Meghan Markle, filled out a questionnaire for Sears, the company, claiming that she was 21 years of age.
Critics argue that most parents would answer a question about their child's birthday without hesitation, especially when the date has supposedly been public knowledge for years. Supporters of Meghan, however, believe the exchange could easily be taken out of context or exaggerated for dramatic effect. Still, the comment became another major talking point connected to the growing speculation surrounding Meghan's age. Bauer also reportedly spoke with Meghan's half-sister, Samantha Markle, who was born in 1964. Based on Meghan's publicly stated 1981 birth year, there would be a 17-year age difference between the two sisters. But according to Bauer's account, Samantha suggested the age gap felt much smaller growing up and claimed they were closer in age than many people realize. That statement only added more fuel to the online debate. Critics quickly started doing the math themselves, arguing that if Meghan had actually been born earlier than publicly stated, the timeline would appear much closer to Samantha's comments. Some online theories even pushed possible birth years into the mid-1970s, though none of those claims have been officially confirmed. Supporters continue to argue that family disputes and conflicting memories are common, especially in highly publicized situations involving celebrities and royal drama. But despite that, the speculation surrounding Meghan's age and personal timeline keeps spreading across social media, with every interview and old record now being examined more closely than ever before. Suddenly, the timeline starts looking very different. Critics following Tom Bauer's claims argue that if Meghan were actually older than publicly stated, it would make Samantha Markle's comments about them growing up closer in age seem more believable. Instead of a massive age gap, the two sisters would have been much closer in generation and life experience, which supporters of the theory say better matches Samantha's memories from years ago.
Not a surprise here because, yeah, she lies a lot about her stuff. We've caught her in so many lies. Her own sister has come forward, her family, everybody is exposing the lies that she's been telling.
Then, attention shifts to Meghan's acting career, where Bauer reportedly claims even more questions start appearing. If Meghan was truly born in 1981, she would have been around 25 years old when she worked as a briefcase model on Deal or No Deal in 2006. An age many people would see as completely normal for someone building a television career. But according to Bauer's research, Meghan's early Hollywood struggles allegedly tell a more complicated story. In the early 2000s, Meghan was reportedly auditioning non-stop for small acting jobs, background appearances, commercials, and tiny television roles while trying to break into the entertainment industry. That grind is common for many aspiring actors in Hollywood, but critics online argue the timeline becomes more interesting when looking at how casting in the industry often works. Casting directors frequently group actors by age ranges, and opportunities can become more limited as performers get older, especially for highly competitive leading roles. The rewritten claims surrounding Meghan's career suggest she may have been under intense pressure to secure a breakout role before aging out of certain categories in Hollywood. Critics point to her role on Suits, which she landed in 2011, as a key example. If she were born in 1981, she would have been about 30 years old at the time, already near the upper range for some television casting expectations. But supporters of Bauer's theory argue that if she were actually several years older, it could have made landing a role like Rachel Zane significantly more difficult, unless her reported age and industry records appeared younger.
He became hypersensitive and blamed the media for the crashes of his relationships, never thinking that they could have something to do with himself. So he's a very complicated, depressed, unintelligent man.
Bauer's supporters claim this possibility explains why different ages allegedly appeared in older entertainment databases and media records over the years. Meanwhile, Meghan's supporters strongly reject the accusations, arguing there is no confirmed evidence proving she falsified her age and accusing critics of stretching scattered inconsistencies into a much larger controversy than it deserves to be. When Archie was born in May 2019, his birth certificate was initially filed with standard official details, including Meghan's full name listed as Rachel Meghan Markle. At first, everything appeared completely routine. But weeks later, reports revealed that the document had been quietly amended, with her first and middle names removed and replaced with the royal title, Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex. That unexpected change immediately sparked online speculation and intense discussion among royal watchers. According to accounts connected to Tom Bauer's research, this type of adjustment is considered highly unusual for royal birth records. Some palace insiders reportedly told Bauer they couldn't remember another situation where a similar change had happened in the same way before. That detail only added more attention to an already growing list of controversies surrounding Meghan and the royal family. Bauer reportedly explored several possible explanations behind the amendment and suggested that official documents connected to Meghan's full legal name could invite deeper comparisons with older records, including school, documents, entertainment industry profiles, passport paperwork, and other archived information. Critics following the story argue that if conflicting details existed across those records, it could create more questions about timelines tied to Meghan's past.
Last year, she was about to promote her Netflix series and didn't want to, firstly, be seen with Harry, and secondly, didn't want to go somewhere where she'd appear cheap and give it gratis. And this year, she is desperate to be seen.
Yeah.
And that's why she turned up. So I think she has a major problem.
Supporters of Meghan, however, strongly reject those claims and argue the amendment may have simply reflected royal protocol or privacy preferences rather than anything suspicious. Still, the unusual change became another major topic in the ongoing online debate surrounding Meghan's personal history and public image. Critics following Tom Bauer's claims argue that removing Meghan's full name from the birth certificate made parts of her personal history more difficult to trace through official records. According to Bauer's reported theory, that kind of move raises questions rather than calming them down. He allegedly believes people usually don't make unusual changes to official paperwork unless there's a reason they want certain details handled more carefully. When Bauer's book and the age allegations started gaining attention, reports claimed Meghan was extremely upset behind the scenes. According to sources connected to the situation, her legal team quickly challenged the claims, reportedly pushing back against the publisher and describing the accusations as false, unfair, and defamatory. The controversy exploded online almost immediately, with supporters defending Meghan while critics demanded more answers about the conflicting timelines. But according to Bauer's supporters, the situation became harder to dismiss because the claims were tied to multiple sources, including old magazine archives, university records, entertainment industry profiles, and witness accounts. That's why the story kept spreading across social media and celebrity news outlets instead of fading away after the initial headlines. Critics also pointed out that Meghan chose not to publicly address the allegations directly. There was no major interview, no official public response breaking down the claims one by one, and no release of personal documents specifically aimed at shutting down the rumors. Supporters argue celebrities are not obligated to respond to every accusation thrown at them online, especially when the claims are controversial or unverified. But critics believe the silence only fueled even more speculation. Bauer reportedly argues that if the public record were completely straightforward, the controversy could have been ended quickly with clear documentation and direct clarification.
Could it be that's why Doria doesn't have a bond with Meghan Markle? Because what mother leaves her daughter when she's 3 or 4 years? Okay, maybe she went to jail. Those are the rumors.
Instead, the ongoing silence has allowed the debate to grow larger over time, with people continuing to search through old interviews, archived articles, and entertainment records looking for more clues. Some online discussions have even gone further, debating hypothetical legal consequences tied to inaccurate information on official records. However, no court has ruled that Meghan committed fraud, and there is no public evidence proving any criminal wrongdoing. Despite that, the controversy continues generating massive attention, with both supporters and critics refusing to back down from their positions. Tom Bauer reportedly consulted legal experts while researching his book, and according to his account, some believe that knowingly providing false information on official documents could create serious legal complications. Discussions online quickly escalated from celebrity gossip into speculation about potential consequences tied to royal paperwork, contracts, and public records. Critics following the story argued that even the possibility of inaccurate information connected to official filings could create major controversy for the royal family. Some commentators claimed that if important details on legal or royal documents were ever proven false, it could theoretically trigger disputes involving royal status, titles, and other formal arrangements connected to the monarchy. However, no court has ruled that Meghan committed fraud, and there is currently no public evidence proving that any official documents were falsified. Supporters of Meghan strongly reject those accusations and argue the rumors are built mostly on speculation rather than confirmed facts. Bauer also reportedly suggested that questions surrounding personal background information could become sensitive in the business world as well. Meghan and Prince Harry signed major deals with companies like Netflix and Spotify after stepping away from royal duties, and critics online speculated about whether inaccurate biographical information could affect public trust or future partnerships. Still, there is no public indication that any company has accused Meghan of wrongdoing or attempted legal action over personal details connected to her background. According to Bauer's supporters, the controversy has become much larger than just a debate about age because it now touches on reputation, business credibility, and public image. Critics argue that's why the topic continues attracting so much attention across social media and celebrity news outlets. Then the discussion reportedly shifted into even more controversial territory. For years, online rumors have circulated claiming Meghan may have had an older daughter from a previous relationship, a claim that remains completely unverified and highly disputed. Bauer did not confirm those rumors in his book, but reports claim he acknowledged there were gaps in Meghan's timeline that critics continue to question. It's important to note there is no public evidence proving Meghan has a secret child, and those claims remain speculative internet rumors. Supporters argue the theories are unfair and invasive, while critics continue connecting them to broader questions surrounding Meghan's past timeline and personal history. Is there hard proof behind all the rumors? No, and that's an important detail. Much of the discussion surrounding these claims comes from speculation, anonymous sources, online theories, and people who allegedly say they know more but refuse to speak publicly or provide verifiable evidence. Still, Tom Bauer's investigation brought many of those old questions back into the spotlight and reignited debate across social media and celebrity news circles. According to reports about the book, Bauer stops short of directly declaring what he believes Meghan's real age actually is. Instead, he reportedly lays out the documents, witness accounts, archived records, and conflicting timelines he uncovered, then leaves readers to make up their own minds. That approach has fueled even more discussion because critics and supporters are now interpreting the same information in completely different ways. Bauer's broader argument, according to people who have followed the book closely, is that Meghan has carefully managed her public image over the years. He reportedly suggests there are inconsistencies not only connected to her age, but also involving parts of her background, family relationships, personal history, and rise within royal circles. Supporters of Meghan strongly reject those conclusions and argue the claims rely heavily on speculation and selective interpretation rather than definitive proof. Even so, the controversy continues attracting massive attention because it taps into a bigger debate about celebrity image, media narratives, and how public figures shape the stories people believe about them. Critics following Tom Bower's investigation argue that Meghan Markle's public image may not fully match the version of herself presented to the world. According to Bower's supporters, the controversy goes far beyond questions about age and touches on the larger issue of celebrity branding, public perception, and carefully managed narratives. They believe Meghan has spent years building the image of a humanitarian, a royal outsider, and a relatable public figure, while critics claim there may be major gaps between that image and reality. Bower's investigation has fueled non-stop debate online, with supporters and critics clashing over the records, timelines, and witness accounts connected to Meghan's past. Some believe the evidence raises legitimate questions, while others argue the claims rely too heavily on speculation and unverified rumors. Still, one thing is clear: the controversy isn't disappearing anytime soon. So is Meghan really 44, as publicly stated for years? Or are the conflicting records and timelines pointing towards something completely different? Tom Bower has presented claims and documents that many people believe deserve closer attention. And until clearer answers emerge, the speculation will likely continue spreading across social media and royal news circles. The truth eventually comes out one way or another, and people everywhere are still waiting to see how this story unfolds. If you enjoyed this deep dive, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment below with your thoughts on the controversy.
So the whole time we're thinking that that's her husband, Jack Brooksbank. It turns out, guess who that mystery man was the whole time?
Was it Meghan's guy?
It was Marcus Anderson.
Marcus Anderson, yeah.
Why is she having dinner with Marcus Anderson, and why is he then going home with Meghan and Harry?
Those photos people spent years quietly talking about have suddenly exploded back into the spotlight. Meghan Markle and Marcus Anderson keep showing up together again and again. Soho House events, Paris Fashion Week, even Disneyland outings with her children, and somehow the same person is always there, not standing in the background, not hanging off to the side, but right next to her almost every time people look. And Marcus Anderson is not just some casual friend. He's known as one of the most connected figures in the Soho House world, someone with major influence inside some of the most exclusive private clubs around. The gatekeeper, the connector, the person many believe has a say in who gets access and who does not. Wherever Meghan seems to go, Marcus often appears nearby. And that pattern has people asking new questions. Now attention is turning to a question many avoided for years. What exactly is the nature of Meghan Markle's connection with the man widely reported to have introduced her to Prince Harry?
Actually attended the garden party and overheard something Meghan said to Harry. So after about 15 minutes talking to guests and being charming, Meghan turned to Harry, and I quote from Lady C's book, "Harry, this is really boring."
Because this is the detail that keeps raising eyebrows. Meghan is rarely seen at Soho House-related events without Marcus Anderson close by. Photo after photo appears to show the same thing. This is the same man linked to membership circles at Soho House. The same man connected to her early introduction to Harry, and someone who has reportedly appeared at major milestones in her life, from celebrations to family gatherings. Then there is Nick Jones, the founder of Soho House, a figure long associated with those exclusive invite-only spaces. Supporters and critics may see these images differently, but the photos continue to spark debate. Meghan has often spoken about valuing privacy. Yet many observers see these connections as a story about influence, opportunity, and access to powerful networks. For them, the discussion is less about romance rumors and more about proximity to power. So let's take a closer look at what Soho House really is. This is not just another private club. It has grown into one of the most exclusive membership networks in the world, with locations in London, New York, Toronto, Los Angeles, and many other major cities. You cannot simply pay a fee and walk through the door. You need sponsorship, you need approval, and most importantly, you need the support of people who already have influence inside the system. One of the biggest names connected to that process is Marcus Anderson. Marcus did not begin at the top. He reportedly worked his way up from a waiter to becoming one of the most influential figures within the Soho House organization.
Queenie said it best. It's downright bizarre that a man, gay or straight, constantly clings to a family like Marcus Anderson does with Harry, Meghan, and their kids. He is like a parasite, always lurking in their shadow.
As global membership director, he became known as someone deeply involved in the social circles surrounding the brand. He was closely associated with high-profile events, celebrity gatherings, and the exclusive guest lists that helped shape Soho House's image. Meghan Markle's friendship with Marcus has attracted attention for years because of how often their paths seemed to cross. Nick Jones founded Soho House in 1995 and eventually built it into a worldwide business worth billions. He has also spoken publicly about the company's approach to membership. Jones once said, "We try not to give membership to people who would fuel paparazzi or bring press." That policy became a major talking point. According to reports over the years, even some very famous celebrities faced challenges getting access because of concerns about publicity and media attention. That is why many observers keep asking the same question.
Meghan Markle's best friend, who set her up with Prince Harry, has vanished. Whatever happened to Meghan's best friend, Marcus Anderson? The tall, handsome Canadian was third wheel in the early days of her romance with Prince Harry, and he was front and center at their 2018.
How did Meghan Markle, known at the time for her role on Suits, become such a familiar face within Soho House circles? How did she gain access to locations across the network when the membership process was known for being selective? Many people continue to point to one factor, her friendship with Marcus Anderson. To them, it was not simply a random coincidence, but a connection that opened important social doors and sparked years of speculation. This is why some people believe the situation looks highly strategic. Access to rooms filled with wealthy, influential, and well-connected people can completely change someone's opportunities. And then there are the photos. These are not formal red carpet poses or ordinary group snapshots taken in passing. Many of the images show Meghan and Marcus together in ways that have fueled years of discussion. In December 2014, the two attended an event where photos captured them standing very close. Meghan was holding a large glass of wine, her arm appearing to rest around his back, while Marcus leaned in nearby. The images immediately became the kind that spark conversation and keep people debating what they really show. Observers have repeatedly focused on the body language seen in several photos. In June 2016, just weeks before Meghan and Prince Harry were reportedly introduced, the pair attended a Toronto gala. Marcus wore a blue tuxedo, Meghan a black dress, and photos showed them standing closely together.
So for Harry himself, he's now, in many people are suggesting, trapped. And as his mother famously said in that line, it's difficult because there's three of us in this marriage. History, truly, according to that source, is repeating itself. Harry is very much sort of whatever is suggested, he has to go along with it.
For some viewers, the images suggested a strong friendship, while others interpreted them differently. Either way, the pictures drew attention and added to the speculation. Then came the Invictus Games in Toronto in September 2017. Meghan, Harry, and Marcus were all present. One widely shared image showed Meghan seated beside Marcus while smiling in his direction, while Harry appeared to be looking elsewhere. Supporters dismissed the attention as people reading too much into a single moment, but critics pointed to the photo as another example of the unusually close connection that had already become a major topic online. Fast forward to Paris Fashion Week in October 2025, and another image exploded across social media. Photos of Meghan and Marcus walking together quickly went viral, with online users debating what exactly they showed. As always, the reactions were divided, but the discussion spread fast and brought renewed attention to their long-standing friendship. Then there was the June 2025 Disneyland trip, celebrating Lilibet's 4th birthday. Marcus reportedly appeared in family photos from the outing, and Meghan used a heart emoji over his face in an Instagram post. That small detail immediately triggered more questions online, with people wondering why his identity was concealed if he was already a well-known friend. One detail that continues to stand out to many observers is how often Meghan appears alongside people from her close social circle. Across years of photos connected to Soho House and related events, she is frequently seen with Marcus Anderson, Misha Nono, Prince Harry, or other close associates, a pattern that keeps the conversation alive. Why does that matter? According to Soho House policies, guests are generally expected to remain with the member who brought them during their visit. That detail has led some observers to speculate that Meghan may have often attended as someone else's guest rather.
What now would seem to be a very reasonable position of not believing a word coming out of Meghan Markle's mouth about my royal family. Now, most people now agree with me about the veracity of what comes out of her mouth. But at the time, this was deemed so controversial that my company, rather than defending my right to free speech, the network said, you've either apologized for disbelieving her or you have to leave.
Than as an independent member. One name keeps coming up in those discussions, Marcus Anderson, who appeared alongside her at many Soho House-related events over the years. Nick Jones stepped down as Soho House CEO in November 2022, following a prostate cancer diagnosis, but he remained involved with the company in various capacities, including creative and membership matters. As the founder, Jones played a major role in shaping the culture of the organization and was closely connected to the exclusive spaces and events that helped build its reputation around the world. People familiar with Soho House often describe it as much more than a social club. It has long been viewed as a powerful networking hub where ambitious individuals can meet influential figures from business, entertainment, media, and fashion. Relationships are built, opportunities are created, and introductions are made in settings that are far more private than the public eye usually sees. Jones also owns Babington House, the country estate that has frequently been linked to the early days of Harry and Meghan's relationship. Reports have claimed that Marcus Anderson helped coordinate meetings and logistics, ensuring things remained discreet. To many observers, that level of involvement went beyond what they would expect from an ordinary friendship, and highlighted just how important Marcus was within their shared circle.
Worth it. Remember?
I'm a real mom.
But you know what it got me thinking about? Meghan and Harry's travel safe obsession. Now, of course, we should all travel safe. That's a relatively normal thing to say, no big deal. Not trying to make mountains out of molehills or anything like that, not like the Meg.
Babington House itself has developed a reputation as a destination where influential people gather away from public attention. Behind its historic walls, guests can socialize, network, and build connections in a setting designed for privacy. That reputation has only added to the intrigue surrounding the role it played in Harry and Meghan's story. According to royal biographer Katie Nicholl, Prince Harry reportedly turned to Marcus Anderson when he wanted an introduction to Meghan. The meeting took place in London in July 2016 in a small private gathering, reportedly involving only a handful of people. The arrangement allowed Harry and Meghan to talk in a relaxed environment without intense public scrutiny. For many people, the key detail is that Marcus was reportedly at the center of making it happen. He had the contacts, the venues, and an established friendship with Meghan, putting him in a unique position to bring the future couple together. Think about that sequence of events for a moment. Marcus Anderson is widely reported to have helped arrange the introduction between his close friend Meghan and Prince Harry. After that, his name continued to appear around key moments in their story, from private gatherings at Babington House to events connected to Soho House. Because of his reputation for making connections happen, some observers have even described him as Meghan's fixer. What do people mean when they use that term? In this context, they are referring to someone who helps organize introductions, creates opportunities, and opens doors that might otherwise remain closed. Marcus built a reputation around networking, connecting influential people, and helping bring the right individuals into the same room at the right time. That role has made him a central figure in many discussions about Meghan's rise through elite social circles. Before meeting Prince Harry, Meghan was known primarily for her work on Suits. She had a successful acting career and growing public recognition, but she was not yet operating at the level of global attention that would later follow her. Around the same period, she became friends with Marcus Anderson, and through that friendship, she was increasingly seen at exclusive events, private gatherings, and high-profile social venues across multiple countries. Supporters would argue that networking is a normal part of the entertainment and business worlds. Critics, however, point to Marcus's influence and wonder how much of a role those connections played in opening new opportunities. His career was built around bringing people together, creating introductions, and maintaining relationships with influential figures across London, Toronto, Los Angeles, and beyond. As Meghan became more visible within those circles, questions naturally followed. Some people see the progression as the result of ambition, talent, and strong networking. Others view it as evidence of the power of elite connections. Either way, the timeline continues to attract attention. A successful television actress becomes a familiar face within exclusive social circles, is introduced to Prince Harry, and eventually marries into one of the most famous families in the world. Many critics argue that this was not simply a matter of luck, but the result of careful networking and being connected to people who knew how influential circles operate. Whether that view is fair or not, one fact keeps drawing attention. Years after the royal wedding, and years after stepping back from royal duties, Marcus Anderson continues to appear in Meghan's orbit and in many public discussions about her closest friendships. His name has been linked to several major moments over the years, including the 2018 royal wedding, the 2019 New York baby shower, Paris Fashion Week in October 2025, and the Disneyland trip in June 2025. Because of his long history with Meghan, some media reports and commentators have described him as one of the most important people in her personal circle.
Got this direct message from Meghan Markle.
A private message.
Yeah. And it said, hey, I'm a big fan, and I'm, so excited you're following me. And this is
She said to you.
It was about 3 years ago. And, I replied, and we corresponded quite regularly on Twitter.
That description alone has sparked endless debate online. Sources close to the Sussexes have reportedly said that Marcus prefers to stay out of the spotlight. Supporters point to that as a simple explanation for why he keeps a lower public profile. Critics, however, have focused on details such as his absence from major media projects and the use of an emoji over his face in social media photos. Those moments have led some people to wonder why someone so frequently present remains relatively private. For many observers, that is where the speculation begins. If the friendship is entirely straightforward, they ask, why not be more open about it? Others counter that not everyone wants public attention, especially someone who has spent years working behind the scenes. The different interpretations have only kept the conversation alive and fueled continued interest in their relationship. Another frequently discussed moment comes from the Invictus Games in September 2017. Online commentators analysed photos showing Meghan, Harry, and Marcus together, with some claiming the images revealed awkward dynamics. Others dismissed those conclusions, arguing that people were reading far too much into a few frozen moments captured by cameras. As with many viral photos, viewers often see what they expect to see. Still, Marcus's role in Meghan and Harry's story remains difficult to ignore. He has been widely reported as the person who helped bring them together and who remained connected to both during key stages of their relationship. Because of that history, his presence continues to attract attention whenever he appears in public alongside Meghan. Whether people view the friendship as completely ordinary or unusually influential, Marcus Anderson remains one of the most talked about figures connected to the Sussexes' journey. For critics of the Sussexes, that creates an interesting question. Prince Harry made major life changes after his relationship with Meghan, including highly publicised tensions with parts of the royal family. Because of that, some commentators wonder how he views the continued presence of longtime friends and advisors who were part of Meghan's life before they met. Those discussions have fueled endless debate, even though there is little public evidence about how Harry personally feels regarding those relationships. To understand why Marcus Anderson attracts so much attention, many observers point to what Soho House represented. It was not just a collection of stylish venues or exclusive parties. It was a place where influential people from entertainment, business, media, and fashion regularly crossed paths. The value was often found in the connections, introductions, and opportunities that could emerge from those circles. Over the years, Meghan became associated with several well-known figures, including fashion designer Misha Nonno, stylist Jessica Mulroney, and tennis star Serena Williams. Some commentators also point to the broader Soho House network, which included prominent business leaders and investors. Supporters argue that building relationships like these is a normal part of professional and social life. Critics, however, see them as evidence of how powerful networking can be in shaping someone's trajectory. That is why Marcus remains such a central figure in discussions about Meghan's rise. His reputation was built on connecting people and maintaining relationships across multiple industries. To many observers, the most significant thing he offered was access to influential social circles and introductions that might not have happened otherwise. Whether viewed as friendship, mentorship, or professional networking, his role continues to draw attention. The photos that resurfaced in late 2025 added another layer to that conversation. Years after the royal wedding, and years after stepping back from royal duties, Marcus was still appearing in connection with Meghan at public events and private gatherings. For some people, that simply reflects a long-lasting friendship. For others, it reinforces the idea that he remains one of the most important figures in her personal network. This is where opinions sharply divide. Critics argue that Meghan's journey from actress to global public figure was shaped heavily by strategic relationships and influential connections. Supporters counter that ambition, talent, and determination played the biggest roles. Regardless of which view people hold, Marcus Anderson remains a recurring name throughout many chapters of her story. One final detail that often gets mentioned is Nick Jones, the founder of Soho House. Jones attended Harry and Meghan's wedding, yet he has rarely spoken publicly about Meghan's years within Soho House circles. That silence has fueled curiosity among some observers, while others see it as nothing more than respect for privacy. Either way, the connections surrounding Soho House continue to generate discussion and keep interest in the story alive. Nick Jones has rarely spoken publicly about what took place behind the scenes during Meghan's years within Soho House circles. Because of that, his silence has become a topic of discussion in its own right. Some commentators believe he possesses unique insight into the relationships, events, and social connections that developed within those exclusive spaces, while others argue that maintaining privacy is simply part of the Soho House culture. As the founder of a brand built on discretion, Jones has long emphasized privacy and trust. Supporters would say that protecting members' confidentiality is exactly what clients expect from an organization like Soho House. Critics, however, view the lack of public commentary as one more reason speculation continues to surround the people connected to those networks. When people examine Meghan's rise, they often focus on the dramatic progression of her public life. She went from a successful television actress to someone moving within highly influential social circles. From there came her relationship with Prince Harry, entry into the global spotlight, and eventually a new life outside the formal structure of the royal family. Throughout many stages of that journey, Marcus Anderson remained a familiar and recurring presence. That ongoing connection is what keeps attracting attention. Over the years, Marcus has appeared at major events, celebrations, fashion gatherings, and social occasions linked to Meghan. For some observers, that consistency points to a deep and enduring friendship. Others see it as evidence of the significant role he may have played in helping her navigate elite circles and build valuable connections. The bigger debate centers on how much of Meghan's success came from opportunity, networking, personal ambition, and timing. Supporters emphasize her talent, work ethic, and determination. Critics place greater emphasis on the influence